Director Imamura, Director Moore,
Here.
Director Smith, your Vice President Shiner, here, President Morton.
Directors, please turn on your microphones before you speak.
Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you.
I speak so loud. Okay. Next, we're going to oral communications. Anyone wishing to address the board on matters not appearing on tonight's agenda may do so at this time. You have 4 minutes to utilize to address the board, the public, anybody wishing to do so on Zoom. I'm looking at attendees. If you raise your hand, giving you a minute. I don't see any hands going up. Anybody in the room wishing to address the board, march up to the podium. I don't see anybody marching. We'll close public comment. Next, we're on item 5 of our agenda, which is a presentation. But actually, this was mine. Yeah, it wasn't Paul. Okay, well, maybe we won't do this. This first item is to adopt a resolution to recognize Bramley Schertzinger, our general manager, for 5 years of service to the Marina Coast Water District. And we have an agenda, and our agenda portion, I think here. Yeah, we're working on it. So I don't want to read our agenda packet. We will read the resolution when we get there. But what I would like to do, this is the board of directors and your staff want to recognize you. And I know that we always start with generally somebody from the department jumping up and giving us the guided tour of someone's duties, responsibilities, and their successes here. In our agenda item 5A, the directors of each department contributed to this compilation. And so I'm going to just invite, I don't care who starts. Derek, you're a pro at this because you have the biggest staff. And I want you to, I don't care if you read what you put or if you want to sing it in different words, but we're just going to hear from each of you. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Derek Gray, Operations and Maintenance Manager. We're here to roast REM tonight for 5 years of dedication to the district. No, REM, we appreciate from O&M your out-of-the-box thinking. With your forward thinking and leadership, you've helped facilitate operations to the next level. You really enjoy the innovative side of things, which I can truly appreciate because I think we connect on that aspect closely. And we've used that to really excel O&M to that next level. When you look at some of the things that we've done in the last 5 years in operations and maintenance compared to some of these other agencies, we've really made it leaps and bounds. So from me and from O&M, really appreciate that. And I do appreciate your ability to take that engineering hat off and then put the operations hat on. You know, there are different aspects when we see things, and I really truly appreciate coming to you with these ideas and you being open-minded to it and excited to implement some of these. And so on behalf of myself and O&M, thank you, congratulations on the 5 years, and look forward to many more. 20.
Next.
They're working now? Oh, there you go. I'm Charlie. I'm the interim water resource manager at MCWD. And on behalf of the Water Resource Department and Conservation and the GSA, we just want to say that you have a way of making the workplace feel comfortable, welcoming, and like a second home. You're approachable. You're easy to come. You're easy to ask questions, and even during stressful times. And this is something that Patrick really wanted to say, is that you bring a lightheartedness that helps keep everyone grounded and reminds us that we can get through challenges together. And we feel like a lot of the accomplishments that we've been able to achieve is due to that. And we've been able to support the staff across the district and within the department, building their skills and pursue training, education, and encourage things to help us advance our career and just make coming to work, inviting and something we want to get up in the morning to do every day. So on behalf of the Water Resource Department, Conservation, and GSA, I want to say thank you, and we appreciate you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Lagosta. I'm the Director of Admin Services. I oversee HR, finance, and hospitality. So from customer service, Rem is a hands-on general manager. Not only does he expect exceptional customer service to be delivered daily, but he also consistently models it for both external and internal stakeholders. Despite the multitude of pressure inherent in his role, many of which are unseen, he continues to make time to engage with staff, ensuring individuals feel heard, supported, and valued. The finance department is grateful for Rem's strong leadership and steady direction he has provided over the past 5 years. It's rare to have a leader who brings both engineering expertise and financial insight. His hands-on approach, focus on accountability and transparency, and clear communication have helped build a culture of solid financial management across the district. And from me personally, congratulations on your 5th year with the district. I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank you for the opportunity and the trust. You lead with a personalized approach, understanding our strengths and weaknesses, and adjusting your style to bring out the best in each of us. And because of that, I have grown tremendously during my time here. You challenge us, support us, and push us to be the best versions of ourselves. And I appreciate it. So thank you.
Good evening, directors. Rem, on behalf of engineering, Andrew Ray, senior engineer. It can be a double-edged sword having a GM who's also an engineer, but I think on the whole, we've come out ahead. Rem sees the big picture. He thinks big. He has kind of formed and started and helped us begin to see through projects that are really helping the district grow, and it's going to be such a benefit to the district, and it really keeps it interesting on the engineering side, having some of these big ticket projects come to fruition. So thank you for everything. Thank you for your leadership of the department and movement.
That's great. I wouldn't do that to you. Hillary, so executive assistant to the general manager and also clerk to the board. So in the past 5 years, Rem and I have worked very closely together. And I have come to appreciate his thought to the future. Sometimes Rem will be in his office and he starts saying things out loud when I know they're really just thoughts in his head. And people start to panic because they're thinking, oh my God, do we really have to do this? And I've tried to tell some of the managers, he's just thinking out loud right now. You don't have to panic yet.
But of the 9 or so general managers I've been through since I've been here, Rem has been the most forward-thinking, strategic. He's just strategic in everything he does. And I appreciate the fact that he cares about the district and he wants to see the district do so well, because I do too. I've been here for a long time and I love the district. And I'm very proud to be here, and I'm proud to say that Rem is one of the best general managers that I've worked with in all these years, and I appreciate it. And you know, he's like a little brother to me sometimes. And so we have some good times, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Rem. And you will be my last general manager. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Thank you. And you need to stay at least another 5 years.
Anybody else wishing to speak?
Hello, good evening. My name is Theo Sparrow. I'm the IT administrator for the district. They don't hear me often. I'm always at the back room somewhere. Rem has been very supportive of every IT initiative effort that we have within the district. His feedback and guidance has been very valuable in keeping our technology investments and projects aligned with the district goals. This has allowed IT to move forward in improving our cybersecurity posture and system resiliency. His full support for professional development, I know that specifically. And this has allowed not just the IT division, but every department to benefit from the training that's available out there to make our jobs better, perform our roles better. His support has made a real difference for IT, not just for IT, but also the district as well. Again, congratulations, and we appreciate it.
Council Masuda?
Roger Masuda, District Council. Over the years, I've worked with a lot of different general managers from a lot of different districts, and I think one of the things that impressed me about Rem is his leadership and his strategic thinking. One of the things that normally general managers aren't that creative, but Rem comes up with all these creative ideas that keep us on our toes. So yeah, hopefully you'll be around for at least 5 years. So congratulations.
Director Smith? Director Imamura? You can do here or up there? What's what we're doing? That sounds like respectful.
Doing this with no notes. I don't have a teleprompter. So anyway, I just want to echo what everyone has previously said. Although I've been only here for, this is my 4th year as a board member, elected board member, and I don't know, Ram, you probably saw a lot of people, but you were here less than a year when I approached you about possibly running for the board. So, and I think he was really instrumental in changing my mind to really run for the sport, because I didn't know what was, in terms of how the board operated and where everyone was really coming from, so to speak, quote unquote. So again, these past for me, these past 4 years have been really a learning experience, and you've been really generous with your time and patience with me, and you've always been available. You know, obviously I can't get you when I call you right away. You're busy or whatever, but you always, you follow up. So that's real important to me. So again, hopefully we'll see you, when I'm thinking like 5 years, I go, man, it's 5 years already. And for me, it's already been 4 years, so it's gone by pretty fast. And I say, you're still here, so that's great. So hopefully you'll be here for at least another 5 or 10 more, whatever, Paul, or whatever. Maybe you'll break Paul's record. I don't know. I kind of doubt it, but anyway. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Director.
So some of you do know that I've been around this district for quite a while. Um, Ram, we've had some past quite good general managers who've done some good things for the district, but you are, in my opinion, head and shoulders above them. I think your direct reports have quite clearly articulated some of the reasons why. But Brad was onto something. You have been probably the most accessible general manager I've had the pleasure to work with. And my schedule has sometimes caused me to call you at really strange times and dates on weekends and so forth. You've always been there. You listen very well. You also give great feedback to ideas that I've shared with you. And I get a sense that you do the same with all the other directors. And I appreciate the fact that you treat everyone quite equally. So thank you very much. Congratulations on 5 years. And God willing, creeks don't rise. If our new clerk to the board will let me know, I want to be here for your 15-year ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ren, for joining me. Because you came and time that it was especially difficult for me, and I think that it is getting through COVID, you know, having not very many of us ever experienced a global pandemic before, and losing our GM at the time, and losing a board member at the time, and my first round of everything. It was very, very difficult, and you remained with your strategies and your ability to listen, and that accessibility people are talking about. And you really pulled together some of the things that we had sort of hoped for and worked on for a long time. And you kind of brought them into fruition. I think it's your style of working with agencies and with all of us. The things like diversifying our water portfolio and changing our electricity, having it sourced more from solar and wind. I really especially appreciate those and our Earth Day team building crazy projects that we do once a year. I appreciate that you're doing that for the staff and the team. And same for, I know it's on our agenda packet tonight, but the customer assistance program, some of us have asked for a long while. And so I don't know how you and with that stuff, you were able to start to put something together to look at. And the big move of that to IoT and payment options to really just increase the stability of its publicly owned water and wastewater services for people. And so I really appreciate it. And congratulations for that in 5 years, and it was really hard. And I hope you will be with us for as long as you.
So I've only known from not quite 2 years yet, so I'm quite familiar. But what I do know of Ram is that he's very, obviously very smart. I have a daughter who is a nuclear engineer, so when I met Rem, I thought, oh, great. It's gonna like just everything he talks about is gonna go right over my head, just like my daughter. But Rem has a great way of speaking to people that aren't engineers, and I feel so fortunate to have met you because you've helped me understand a lot of things about our systems here, but also you've helped a lot of the kids in our community to learn more about, you know, things that they wouldn't learn in school. And I feel that, you know, going forward, I know that you'll focus, continue to focus on educating our youth here. Um, and I appreciate the fact that you have, you know, been very fair and balanced, and even when, like, um, Director Moore stated, you know, even when you're on vacation and there was an emergency, you know, you're accessible, um, while you're going to continue whatever you're doing. Um, yeah, and so I think that's a huge reason why this engine here runs so well. You can tell just by all the directors of all of your departments when they speak about you, when employees have had their 20-year and they've only known you for 5 years, you can tell that, you know, a ship is only as good as the captain. And you can tell that your ship is smooth. And I wasn't here obviously when everybody else, you know, talked about other managers, but I can only sense that, you know, the ship is on the right path. So congratulations. And hopefully you're here another 5. And next time I'll stand up. Because I actually probably know more about you. And how to-
So Rem, thank you for the 5 years of contribution. And I had the pleasure of compiling the staff report and putting together the resolution. So everything, my words are going to be read by everybody here. They are heartfelt. It's a culmination of what your staff has put forth. But as directors, the perspective of the directors, we all of us, if you've just heard in our comments, giving you a different perspective. And you have had the ability to value what each of us as a director have a different perspective, and making us feel valued and our contributions valued, and implementing those contributions in how we go forward in implementing the work and the strategic plan. Strategic plans collectively, but there are these long-term, short-term goals, and each of us as a policymaker are saying this is how we want or think is the best way to go. And being heard and implemented is great. The thing that I am find your contribution to be most valuable, is the respect that you have garnered. It is respect from your staff. It is respect from your customers. That's your job. That is the basis of your job. But you also have listened to the board, listened to your strategic plan, and saying, we want MCWD to be respected in our community, in our region, and in the state. And you have heard that, you have taken that to heart, and you have incorporated that into how you run this organization. That to me is your biggest contribution, because there has been so much shift in how MCWD is perceived and the weight that is given to the work that all of you do, how it's received by our colleagues, by other organizations with whom we interrelate. That is invaluable. The last thing I'm going to say is, yep, you got some emotional intelligence in there. A lot of engineers don't. Definitely not disrespectfully to anybody here. I just, that is a combination that serves you well, serves you very well, and serves the district very well. So thank you. And you're just going to have to be here until we get the Plains Valley Groundwater Basin and us all together that we've got the seawater intrusion back to Highway 1, and we've got water storage. We'll have to accomplish everything that's in that strategic plan, and then we will let you reset it. I'm going to go to public comment if anybody on the screen wishes to comment, if you raise your hand. Giving everybody a minute. I'm not seeing any hands go up. So I would like to make the motion to adopt the resolution 2026-18 to recognize Gremlin Church our general manager for 5 years of service to the Marina Coast Water District.
Second,
We have a first and a second. And we'll call the, Katie, you want to do both? This will be our first official act. Director Inge Moran?
Yes.
Director Moore?
yes.
Director Smith? Yes. Vice President Turner? Yes. And President Morton? Yes. So we have just passed a resolution resolved by the Board of Directors of Marina Coast Water District at its regular meeting on April 20th, 2026. We're on page 4. You get 3 seconds there, go right.
Oh, okay. Confusion here. Whereas Remley Scherzinger was hired by the Board of Directors to serve as the general manager of the district in April 2021, and for 5 years has served as the district's general manager. And whereas under the general policy guidance from the Board of Directors throughout the last 5 years, Rem has skillfully developed, implemented, and executed plans, policies, budgets, and strategies for accomplishment of the district's mission, strategic plan, and board priorities. And
Whereas REM has responsibly prioritized and implemented tasks and actions furthering accomplishment of the district's short and long-term goals through the annual budget process, refinement of its capital improvement program and staffing, and
Whereas REM has demonstrated exemplary competency in both managerial and technical matters involving water distribution, wastewater collection, recycled water, water production, and development of new water supply. He possesses a comprehensive understanding of the responsibilities of each district department and coordinates with each department's contributions to fulfillment of the district's mission and strategic plan. REM has cultivated a highly qualified, well-trained, and motivated and respected leadership team. Members of the leadership team, parentheses, department directors, understand their roles and responsibilities. The mutual respect between them and with the general manager is evident and truly confident.
And whereas REM leads with a balance between direction, oversight, and entrustment of substantial latitude and discretion in his department directors, this balance makes him approachable for guidance and encourages innovative thinking and teamwork guidance, and fosters a learning environment for all district staff in providing leadership and direction. REM shares his in-depth knowledge and understanding of applicable laws and regulations with department directors, which in turn is implemented by district staff. And
Whereas REM is a collaborative leader who actively engages with land use jurisdiction, agencies, and entities across the region to establish and further build productive, mutually beneficial partnerships. He is skillful in building understanding and support for the district priorities and programs locally, regionally, and with state decision makers and state oversight entities. And whereas under his leadership, Marina Coast Water District has strengthened its reputation as an exemplary county water district, successfully supporting and serving its customers, the community, and the region while preparing for the future. Now therefore it's resolved that the Board of Directors of the Marina Coast Water District is hereby recognize and appreciate Gremlin Schertzinger for 5 years of service to the Marina Coast Water District. And we're hereby presenting him with an award and a resolution of recognition and wishing him continued professional success as general manager for the district for many years. Thank you. Brown. Okay. So we are going to present you with things and then we will take some photos. What? Mr. Schertzinger? I feel like I should have on white clothes. Okay. I'm gonna hand you one thing at a time. Yes. Is it better over there? Well, because you make it better. which is the Marina Coast Water District Groundwater Sustainability Agency matters. We have one action item, which is to receive the 2025 Monterey Subbasin Annual Groundwater Sustainability Plan report, which is on page 6 of our agenda. Is this you, Charlie? Thank you. Did I miss something?
Um, so my name's Charlie. I'm the interim water resource manager for Marina Coast Water District. Did you want me to give you a quick summary on
That'd be
the?
excellent.
Would you, on the summary, I can do a quick summary or I can do a quick presentation. Would you prefer just the summary real quick? Summary? Okay, presentation.
Okay.
Keo? Yes, Charlie. Can you put the presentation on the screen? Sure. Good evening, Chair Morton, members of the board. This is going to be a presentation on the Monterey Subbasin Water Year 2025 Annual Report for the Marina Coast Water District's Groundwater Sustainability Agency. I should probably just, I can just summarize them real quick. Okay. For the water year 2025, as far as precipitation and water use, we were below normal precipitation year after following 2 wetter years.
That's okay. So in our staff report at page 6, Charlie, I have scribbles all over this. And I know I attend the meetings with the coordination with the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So this year, our responsibilities, we got a portion of a grant. What did we accomplish, or what was the work that your team addressed this year with the grant money for the year 25-26, which is what this report is about? We did monitoring wells. What did we do in furthering our portion of the
Oh, the
subbasin
round-
protection?
Oh, so for the round 2 grants, well, for the round 2 grants, we were able to finish our deliverables. We finished our monitoring wells, and then we also finished our modeling, and we finished our collaboration with Salinas Valley Basin GSA in regards to the Deep Aquifer Group. We were able to put together a recommendations memorandum. And we also, last week, we finished with all the deliverables. We turned them all in on time. We have some good news. For the grant, we were able to spend most of the money. $8,000 of it wasn't spent though, but we spent the majority of the grant funds. The money that we received from Salinas Valley Basin GSA in regards to the construction well project of that 800,000, we spent 100%. So MCWD GSA spent basically 98% of the funds that we received.
And those funds were from the state of California?
Yes,
And those funds come in, it comes in as a grant. This was the second round of grants, correct?
this was the round 2 grants.
And
Yes,
so when the money comes in, our coordination with the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater GSA is that it gets allocated based on the responsibilities that each organization is doing, correct?
yes,
So we were allocated money that allowed us initially to drill 2 monitoring wells. That was the scope, the plan of work that we were going to do, correct?
that may, I wasn't here when that happened,
Oh, well,
but
that's why you're a little bit catching up.
Yeah.
So Katie, do you know?
The original amount of wells.
The original was 2. And then we were reallocated because Salinas Valley Basin did not utilize the full funding that was allocated to them.
Mhm.
It got shifted to us, $800,000, which allowed us to put a 3rd well in, correct?
2 more wells.
yes.
2 more. So we got 4 wells. What is the point of monitoring wells?
Well,
Charlie?
Okay, well, just to, real quick though, I want to correct something. We have a cluster of wells, that's 3 monitoring wells at the 4th Avenue site. We have a nested well, which is 2 monitoring wells at the C2 reservoir site. And from the funds that we received from Salinas Valley Basin GSA, that's 2 more additional wells.
Okay, so I've listed 3 different locations.
Yes. The purpose of this, of the monitoring wells is so that we can track for seawater intrusion, groundwater levels, and basically the Sigma management criteria that we need to look at. Because in the areas that we put those monitoring wells, that was a huge data gap. So now we're trying to fill that data gap within the 400 and the deep aquifers within that area. So now we're gonna, with that information, we'll be able to monitor them better and also move forward with projects in trying to address any issues that we find with seawater intrusion or with groundwater declines and things of that nature.
Thank you. Director Moore.
So just for clarification, those new wells are all, number one, south of the Salinas River. And number 2, within our existing service areas, where historically, as I understand it, we have not had a lot of monitoring wells, particularly at the depths you mentioned. Is that all correct?
Yes, I mean, there are some monitoring wells, they're very old, or they're at the very borders of the Monterey Subbasin. But we chose those locations because it helped us fill in, because the monitoring wells that exist there now, there was some areas that we were unsure of. So these monitoring wells filled that gap. And yes, it does cover aquifers that we didn't have monitoring wells in previously.
And this also helps with our responsibility as a groundwater sustainability agency to be able to manage the basin appropriately. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And if I might, I'll just connect on it. So, as part of this project, that leads us to the fact that we were successful in delivering our annual report to DWR on April 1st. This is a receive item for the board. What we've done here in this item is we've shown where we have issues in SMC, where our monitoring issues and where we go. And so, Charlie, do you want to go down the list really quickly, or you want me to handle it?
If you can handle it.
All right, so with regard to lowering of groundwater levels, the Dune Sand Aquifer in the upper 18400 aquifer, 1 out of 16 wells exceeded their minimum threshold. But more importantly, we see that in the 18400, 1 out of 7 RMS wells, the monitoring wells, exceeded the. So we're seeing strong response in the shallow wells.
Okay, so MTs is minimum threshold. So that's our target. So we don't all speak through.
The deep aquifers
5 out of the 9 RMS wells had exceedance in the MT. But the issue here is that we have a threshold problem in a couple of them, so that kind of creates a strangeness in the language, and that is storage is groundwater level is dropping, but storage is maintained. That's because of this imbalance across the groundwater surface threshold. With seawater intrusion, this kind of relates to that. One of our inland wells is showing an MT exceeded, meaning that it's now at 500 milligrams per liter, which is the point where we're kind of moving out of water supply range, and the county has defined 500 milligrams per liter as their no-go territory. So they call that seawater treatment. We're now investigating that, putting more time and effort into that well so that we can quantify it, because we don't have much data yet to have a look.
So with respect to that 500 milligrams per liter chloride, is it chloride? Chloride. Is that a state standard, or does the state have a somewhat higher standard for usable water?
Answer to your question is yes. So the 500 milligrams per liter is the accepted sigma, but also comes from the Water Resources Agency, is where they've established the threshold. The state of California says that water supply is anything under 1,000 milligrams per liter, but then also allows up to 1,500 milligrams per liter with blending and other support. So we're at the edge, and it's time to. It's not time for an alarm, but it's time for more work. We need to understand why, right? And that's always the trick with groundwater basins. Would know and here.
Well, and the other point is, even water from that well would still be usable as potable drinking water, properly treated like we treat all our groundwater today. That doesn't mean we ignore this issue, just saying that it meets California standards.
Doesn't meet stigmas.
Doesn't meet sustainable groundwater, yeah, that's correct.
Director Smith?
How is that?
So in this case, if you weren't going to run it through a filter system, you would blend off. So if you have other wells that are in better position and blend that water back, and our well system depends, but we're really set up for that. We have to do more.
So right now it's still.
Right now, it is 100% safe. I guarantee you that Derek won't put a drop of water in the system.
Well, and I just
Okay, Director Moore and then Director.
want to reemphasize the point that I believe Director Smith just made. Even, we're pumping straight into our system 600 milligrams per liter of water. Nobody's going to get sick. It's not like you're drinking straight seawater.
That is true, but we wouldn't do that no matter what. We would
Do it, but just trying to make the point that reemphasize the point that Director Smith made. Water system safe, even though we got an exceedance in this one well.
in a monitoring, not in the
Monitoring well, not in production well.
Correct. We're not producing this water.
Director Imamura?
Thank you, President Moore. I don't have any specific questions regarding your presentation so far, but I just wanted to ask a point of procedure. Well, first of all, Katie, I don't believe I've ever met you or heard of you, so maybe I'm the only one here that hasn't. But somebody, Director Moore, had told me that you're going to be the replacement for Paula. So I think that's kind of significant. So,
No, sorry. So
Paula?
Katie is,
Oh.
so Katie is our
okay.
water
So,
resources
no,
analyst.
Director Moore just told me he misspoke. But
Yeah, he misspoke.
So
So it's only a temporary, we
Yeah.
just need a substitute. Paula's
okay.
going to be out.
so
for the
Paula
next
drafted
meeting.
her.
Okay. I didn't mean,
Sit
you know,
down
I
and
just wanted to clarify, you know, whenever we see some new faces that, you know, they just kind of pop up. And also the reverse, all of a sudden we don't see any more faces anymore. Then we don't hear anything about that. But anyway, I didn't want to get into that, but this point of procedure, I kind of noticed, and I didn't bring this up because I didn't notice it until the meeting, but everyone else's packet, they have purple pages. Mine are white. Did you run out of purple pages?
That one is supposed to be among the extra.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if we should be,
Check to see if
can we have maybe consistency?
No, it did run out of, it
We
ran
ran
out of
the
paper.
last two packets are printed.
Nah,
I'll call it the page number.
well, because what it is, it's kind of
Yes, I know.
significant because, you know, sometimes the white and then you focus on the colored pages, those are the specifics, right? So, okay, so hopefully continuous improvement, right?
Exactly. We'll make sure that doesn't occur again.
Right. Kind of feel like everyone else here and then everyone. Okay. Enough. That,
That was it. Vice President
enough of that
Schreiner.
one.
This is getting back to the 500 milligrams per liter fluorides, and I wanted to ask if we've had a chance to test any further to see if these are sodium chloride or what specific chloride.
We're starting that sampling now. So the first sample is just the first indicator, and now we're starting to dig in where it is.
Director Smith.
I have one more question. So that new monitoring well that's out on, is that not in the report yet?
That-
That's not finished.
It's not reporting yet.
Okay.
In the next annual, we'll start to see.
Okay,
that reporting.
okay, that's the one I met Katie at. Katie Ball. She answered a homeowner question. Perfectly too, so, thank you.
So my question, just looking at, I'm looking at page 7 and 8. So we have basically chronic lowering of groundwater levels. That's an undesirable result. And that's happening in the deep aquifer. Is that correct? If it's happening in the 180, 400, it seems to level out with rainfall years.
Yes.
That the concentrated efforts of our GSA needs to focus on what we're doing and how to not lower groundwater, now focused in the deep aquifer primarily. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay. And then obviously the seawater intrusion, the fact that you're seeing that at additional wells, the undesirable results. So that is something else that we, MCWD, needs to address, is how do we reverse that or correct it? Okay, so those are our two undesirable results that are our major focus. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes.
So, and I see that we don't have land subsidence, so you've gone through all of the criteria by which we are responsible for preservation of the aquifers. And those are the two that are the singing out undesirable results. So I know we have EKI, Vera's here,
We have Tina in the
and we
room.
have Tina in the room. I'm gonna ask Tina. I know that all of this because I participate in
Great
this
question.
other thing. Tina, what do we do with this information? I know there's a model. Maybe you can explain how this information from our monitoring wells gets incorporated in a model. Number one, that gives you a lot more information. But number two, what do we do? What's the next step?
Good evening, Director. But this information definitely we need to help decide management, and that's where REM is, and the team is really putting a lot of effort in. By understanding the problem better, we know what to deal with, and now we have other guys saying that deep aquifer need help, and then fluid intrusion along which areas need help. And is it progressive? Because in the past, when we didn't have data, it hasn't really progressed in 20 years, and now we've had like new data showing that it's progressing slowly, not like very fast, but still slowly. So that helped us understand, like with the modeling and new projects, we want to put the dots together, understanding which projects, for example, would be most effective at targeting this situation that we're in, and also like how we want to collaborate regionally. We're in the place where we're not independent from other systems, as we saw from contours, the water, groundwater flows to the like 400 substation that flows to seaside. So this information helps us understand that we're
really connected to the other basins and how we should be collaborating with them. That's why we're collaborating on the regional project. Also locally, these are like, for example, indirect global reuse that we're looking into for the aquifers. And that's very critical because that addresses the aquifers. And then, which also ties into some of the other efforts we're doing because we'll need to look into like what we like. Our next step is looking into that help with the trip into what other things that we can help with similar treated, which ties to production and other things that go along with the development. Director Smith? I've never met you before. I don't know your name or title. So, yeah. And the title is I'm a water resource engineer with
An outside.
oh outside. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
very fun.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
So we're feeding a model. That model's being developed regionally to show what's going to happen if no project occurs. The effect. The model is supposed to demonstrate if no project occurs, and then if you propose a project, you run the model to see is it effective. Is that what the model does? Yeah, I know that's very simplistic.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
correct.
a scientific answer, but that is the purpose of why we're trying to put all the data in the model is that it's more accurate in its predictions. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
You can have shaking head. Thank you. Okay, so now one thing that you mentioned is indirect potable reuse. Demand management, there are many strategies that can be implemented. I'm going to now come back to our staff and ask our staff, given that we know these undesirable results, what projects are we considering? I know we have a capital improvement program coming up for approval, and I'm asking staff, how are we addressing these undesirable results if we are in our current proposed next 5-year capital improvement program? Is that a fair question that
Sure.
somebody can answer?
you.
Thank you.
Even my current role. Very sure. I think, when you look at the capital program as the budget and engineering committee has so far, the 5-year, we have DSAL coming online, that's 300 acre feet. The first IPR project, which will be located over at Sandtank, that project will develop 1,120 acre feet. The second one of those, which will be at Ninth Street will also develop 1,120 acre feet. And then at some point down the line, we'll also have a third one. The district's also looking at a surface water aquifer storage and recovery project on our ranch. This is where we put water on the ground. We let that water percolate into the Doosan aquifer. And we use that water to offset water that's either going to CSIP, which takes pressure off the teeth. We're managing our wells in a very different way in terms of how we load the aquifers, thinking of them more as assets as opposed to just pump on this one and pump more. That's a big strategy because a lot of districts don't have the diversity of wells that we have. And so, the ability to flex onto the deep aquifer and to flex off the deep aquifer using the 400 when it's full and it's been replenished. Those kind of things are things that we can do because we are the singular entity in the Monterey Subbasin Marina Offboard Area operating. So we have that benefit. And I think that for the program, the phase 2 Pure Water Monterey project will deliver at a minimum 827 acre feet, 860 acre feet a year. At the most, it can deliver 3,360 acres. So, and that isn't even speaking to surface water supplies should they become available to the district. I'm sure you've all heard about the water right 11-043, which is a run of the river right that has 130,000 acre feet available in it. It's a run of the river and it's seasonal, so we have to be very careful about how we use that water. But then there's also stored water out of San Antonio that the district may or may not have. But anyway, I think there's a number of strategies. As Tina and Vera know, our current PSP
sets the number right around 1,603 acre-feet. We are on target to deliver that water to the basins. We're on target to deliver imported water into the deep aquifer where we can store it and retrieve it when we need it. So the community can rest assured that the district is moving in ways now to build up our bank account and not disturb or not utilize the natural resources all the time or to the point where they're stressed. I think we're on track, of course. We want to make sure that our neighbor to the north is also performing. So we're working hammer and tong, hand in glove with them and trying to build relationships to our south where we know that the Seaside Basin, depending on pumping and what those gradients do, we get water from that basin. So making sure that basin is managed well, and if we can support it, we should. So we've got a lot of projects in the pipeline moving in that way and setting up so that Charlie and Patrick and the water resources team can secure grant funding for for these projects as we move forward, right? And as we communicate to DWR, President knows that the 180-400 did get a pretty nasty letter from DWR saying, get it together, Dan. We don't want to be in that place. State to state at this point. Going to the state, reporting in, saying, so the projects we have, this is the funding we have, we're not ready to move forward, we are moving forward. That'll move us into a good spot.
Director Moore, thank you.
So-
I was just going to say, thank you for that summary. About, and in summary, it's that we are looking at new water sources. We're looking at indirect potable reuse. We're looking at all those things not overdrawn and to protect under stigma responsibility.
So other than the sort of routine challenges for doing any of these projects, is it true that some of these projects are like the renewal of our pre-existing desalination plant, totally under our control, pretty much? We can make them happen. There will be other potential projects like surface water from the Salinas River, and on a lot of other people, permits and those sorts of things. So, but is it true that maybe the most significant analytic challenge is figuring out which combination of these things has the least cost impact on our ratepayers?
And that's something absolute that goes into the thought lexicon in a serious way, right? I mean, and to that point, that's why as water preparers and managers, we want to be stepwise in our process, right? It's called the orderly expansion of the system. So we want to say, okay, this one is the cheapest one. We can get it to efficacy
Today.
soonest, but that project needs to move forward. This project goes against all these other projects, and whichever one of those projects then moves into the next position, and so on and so on. But a good CIP plan has the 1 year, 5 year, and it will have a 10-year, and we have those. And so every year we're deciding, okay, is it time? Is it not time? Is it time? Is it not time? So the rule of thumb that I was taught a long time ago was when you get to 80% of your supply, that's when you start moving the next project. District has a bit of a conundrum in that the allocations and the assets that we have causes a little bit of an oddity to what we're doing because some people are holding on to water that could be put to use by others, but that's just the two factors that we have. So that water gets held, other water moves forward, and then we bring projects in to support all of the water so that we can move forward. But we're doing exactly that, sir. Every time we come with a capital plan before you to say, this project looks like it's on the horizon, it needs to be like right over here, and it may get pushed out and may come forward. But that's the almost the sole role of the DE is to pedal that. Right? Is it time? Is it not time? Is it time? Is it not time? So are we, it's like buying a car for a family. It's time to get it. It's not. Right now, you don't want You don't wanna buy a diesel car. So, find park.
Well, and that order of projects isn't necessarily fixed. I mean, there's some political things that could happen, maybe all of a sudden county wants to give away some of that surface water from the Salinas River. I'm not saying they do, but political environment changes, the order of those projects may have to swap a bit.
Absolutely. Right, if the governor came to us tomorrow and said, hey, look, Marina Coast, I've got like $50 million of budget change money available. You guys want to do a direct over reuse? We would be like, okay, yeah, let's talk about that.
Start. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other director questions? Any summary you want to give us, Charlie? Thank you for leading us through this. Thank you, Tina, for your comments. Thank you, Katie, for the nod of, yes, we do understand this directive. I appreciate that. And so we have received the 2025 Monterey Sub-Basin Annual Groundwater Sustainability Plan report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schertzinger, for filling in as the district engineer. Okay, so next we are returning to Marina Coast Water District matters. And I looked at the public, I just want to acknowledge, didn't see any hands up for any comments. So if there was somebody in the public that wanted to address the GSA, I'm calling it out. I still don't see any hands going up. But I should announce that. Okay, so we're now going to return to the Marina Coast Water District matters, and we start with our consent calendar, which is quite lengthy. Our consent,
I was letting her finish, but
no, go ahead. What?
staff would like to remove item L from this evening's
Okay.
consent agenda. We have
Well, I'm getting
testing.
there.
We would like
Okay, so we're moving on to the consent calendar. Item A, receive and file the check register for the month of March. Item B, approve the draft minutes for the regular and joint board GSA meeting from March 16th. C is approve the special joint board GSA meeting on March 24th minutes. D, receive the first quarter 2026 MCWD water consumption wastewater flow report. E, receive a status report update on current capital improvement projects. F, receive the 2025 consumer confidence report for the Marina Coast Water District system. G, adopt a resolution to approve a district public record act policy. I want to pull that. H is the water year declaration. I is for closeout of Light Fighter Drive sanitary sewer manhole rehabilitation project. J is for closeout of the Jim Parkway sanitary sewer manhole rehabilitation project. K is adopt a resolution for the closeout of the lift station wet well lining project CIP. L is pulled, so we will not entertain any comments on L. M is to accept the infrastructure improvements installed under a water sewer and recycled water infrastructure agreement between MCWD and Marina Developers LLC for the Sea Haven Phase 4 B as in boy development project. N is to accept the infrastructure improvements installed under a water sewer and recycled water infrastructure agreement between Marina Coast Water District and Marina Station LLC for the Marina Station Phases 1 and 2 development project. And lastly, O, to approve a water sewer and recycled water infrastructure agreement between MCWD and Seneca family of agencies for the Drew Street development project. So I know I'm to inform the public of everything we're considering in our consent agenda. Do any directors want to pull any items? Can I pull A? So we're pulling A. I wanted to pull G, Public Records Act policy. So I have A, G. Any other directors looking to pull an item? Director,
nothing really specific to pull up. You know, I just can't get over that. I think I have a different packet. I just gotta get over. Because everyone else has a colored packet and I don't. But no, that's fine. Anyway, you know, a lot of times we go over this consent calendar and we just kind of breeze through it. Is there a way that maybe we can get a brief, really brief summary from the staff on each consent item, like what it is? You know, that way people would know.
Okay, well, it is in the packet.
Or
and it
is that something that's
available?
Yeah.
for
Yeah, I
everybody to
understand
look at.
It's just I just wanted to
Do you want,
bring that.
you want staff to give you a summary right now? I mean, they would give it to everybody. Would you like them to do that at this time?
Well, yeah, but it's solely up to your decision, of course. I just kind of threw that out there because, like I said, we get these consent calendar things and we just kind of approve them in one motion, unless one or two items get pulled. You see what I'm kind of getting at? So
So the consent agenda is developed on items that are considered non-controversial. They are somewhat routine. These agreements are agreements that our attorneys have developed and we use them with all developers, for example. I do see that it's also showing how much money that was budgeted, how much money was spent. And if there's some leftover, that's in each of the staff reports. I hope your packet is, Police Director Imamura, because each item, it does have that information. I do want to comment that I read all of these people coming here, and it was spectacular to see that the projects, the manhole, Project I, Project J, Project K, all came in under budget, which means that our staff is doing an excellent job in budgeting and in anticipating what the work is going to cost us. So is there any other one that you would like to have a brief comment? Is having a
No.
brief comment?
no, okay. I just thought I'd throw that comment out there. If the board just wishes to say, hey, look, we're gonna pull items that we feel that we need to discuss more. And your point is well taken, that they are, if they're open to the public to read that, but I'm thinking for the most part, most people won't. They just don't.
And I know that's a problem in all public meetings.
That's right.
And I do
Okay,
understand
well,
that.
you know, you can let it.
Okay. All right. So far, going back now, does anybody wish to pull? We have item A, which is the check register for the month of March is pulled. And item G, which is the public my eyes are not correct. G is the Public Records Act policy. My eyes are not correct. I'm sorry.
And then also on the dais, Madam President, is an updated of 810. It doesn't change 810 notably, but the bill of sale, needs to be set with the item.
Okay, so 8N was to accept the infrastructure improvements installed under the water sewer recycled water infrastructure agreement between Marina Coast Water District and Marina Station for phases 1 and 2, and we have a new 8N on the dais. Does that change anybody's mind about pulling any item? Okay.
I'd
So
be happy to make a motion to approve the consent calendar consisting of items B, C, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, M, N, and O.
I have a motion by Director Moore and a second by Vice President Schreiner to approve consent agenda items B, C, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, M, N, and O. Does anybody in the public wish to comment? Nobody's hands are going up in public. Any questions, comments by directors? Anybody's room? Okay, we're ready for a roll call vote. Katie?
Director Moore?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Yes.
Director Imamura?
Yes.
Vice President Schreiner?
Yes.
President
President Morton?
Yes. So those items have passed. We will now go to the request for consideration of approving the receive and file the check register. Director Smith?
I have,
So this is at page 12 of the packet. Okay. The purple page is. My page is. That's from after the next. Director Smith?
Sorry. So on item number 9, number 7488. So this was the solar project. Are they complete? They did complete the project, and we know that that's up and running. We did a inspection. Did we sign off on it already?
Yes.
Is it working?
Project not,
So we paid them in full without it being complete.
we haven't paid them. This is,
That's
one of
just one of the pieces. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I thought that was.
It is pretty close. We're actually, so if you look out, when you leave tonight, we're waiting for the battery. We did execute a change order for the bird.
That's fine.
system.
Okay,
That
great.
we already have.
okay, that's what I. And then one other question, the company that did that little, powwow with the board, were they paid in March? Cause I don't see that. I don't think so.
Oh, I'd have to go back.
I don't see a check
Yeah.
here. I would just like to know what that dollar is to. I'd like to know about it.
It's all located on the credit.
Okay, and then Ghirardelli Associates, that's the company that does the they inspect the monitoring wells.
So they are a construction inspection firm that has brought up, on board.
Okay. Okay, so they
Supplying
just,
our-
they just come and check out and make sure that the wells are working.
So based on the construction, the construction documents, there are an inspector in the field to ensure that the contractor is before it
Okay,
does the project. first.
and that's in the contract,
You want to move approval of item A?
Question.
Oh, we have that, but Director.
Yeah,
Imamura.
since you brought it up, and thanks for bringing that up. So the Scudder Roofing Sun Energy, were those the solar panels?
So it's a bigger project, so it's the solar panels, and then out here, it's the transformers and the battery pack.
Okay.
And then we got a grant for, some charging. So
What, I know when this came up in the beginning, what was the source and it wasn't really conclusive of the source of the equipment?
So at the time when the board approved the item, the Director Moore, the question was, were the panels made in the United States? And they were not.
Okay,
And I
where,
think
where were they made?
I looked it up.
that,
Okay, is that, how about all the other,
for all the other components, I don't know, but I can find out.
okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll report out to the board the major components and their location next step.
I'll move approval of agenda item 8A.
One second.
So we have a first and a second for approval of the check register item A, 8A. Any comments? No comments? We'll take a roll call vote. Director Smith?
Yes.
Director Imamura?
Yes.
Director Moore?
Yes.
Vice President Schreiner? Yes. And President Morton?
Yes. Okay, the last item is 8G, which appears at page 64, which of the board packet, which is to adopt a resolution to approve a district public records act policy. I am in favor of a policy. My question is that I'm going to direct probably to council is that when I'm reading the policy manual proposal on page 6-7, as I am reading this, I want to clarify on 1020.2 that that the MCWD will only respond or treat a request as a public records request if it's on a form the MCWD produces and puts on its website. Is that our intention? Or if you receive a letter saying this is a public records request, a writing, I do understand it needs to be in writing. Would that also be treated by MCWD as a request and responded? Yes, but this limitation here is indicating that it could be on a form. As I am reading what's written. Shall, it says all requests shall, so help me. I'm reading on page 6-7, the actual proposed language of the policy. Yeah, no, I'm reading the, what's in the letter of the law, and I'm trying to understand. Because I don't think it's our intention.
You can always ask the question.
Is it advisable for us to have a policy that says all requests for public records shall be in writing on a form approved by the board of directors?
Well, I think it's good. But, yeah, but the worst-
I
but
want
mean,
something that's enforceable.
Yeah.
I want the public to have trust. So if the public is sending, some people have lawyers that write letters, other people in the public just write, this is my public record in an email. I do understand the need to have notice. I do understand the need to have an articulation that's clear enough for our staff to find the records responsive, or that you have to ask for clarity. I just don't want that those emails or letters that it's interpreted that we can just ignore them, that there's no accompanying form. And when I'm reading shall, that's mandatory in my world, and I'm having trouble with it. Because I don't think that it's the intention of anybody in this room to make something a form.
Yeah, I've seen this on other agencies. I mean, what you don't want to do is have somebody send you know, the date. I mean, then you have the right.
So then we have the right to say we need clarification. We will respond to that. We could ask them to use our. Is that your intent? I'm gonna ask the,
So the form is there for, to assist the public, so they can understand what, we can understand what they're asking for. We do need it in writing, so that way I can keep track, or whomever's gonna be doing it, can keep track of when they're receiving their questions. There have been times that we have reached back out for clarification because they're too vague. We received public records from lawyers that were just written or emailed, and then we've also received very formal ones. We receive, we go through phases, sometimes we'll receive a bunch, and then we can go months, and a long time without receiving any. But we provide the form online, and we've had it online for quite a while, just to assist the public so they can clarify exactly what they want. And then they have an email address that they provide. And we have 10 days to respond, and it's requested. And that way I can. So
So I do understand that, but as a member of the public, if I'm not accessing the website to find this form, and I'm walking up to my customer service here, I guess it depends. That's true. But I'm really trying to understand that the intent of this language is that if it's not on our form, it's difficult. Not relatively in public record. But we're saying that a public records request shall be on form. That is, okay, I've made my point. I'm looking for direction from council. If we can change that language just to see it must be in writing. If you want to provide a form to get something in writing, that's fine. But I think, I don't know that I would go look at a website and type in public records form to have something pop up for me. I'm making my point.
Get the form of results. Help us. Created a section that identifies the.
Well, I think that they, that's the partnership, right? Period. I don't think so.
Have to withdraw.
I was, I'll come back to the question. Just the other thing where, while you're reworking this, is that unless the request is to receive an agenda report, or minutes of the board, or ordinances, all of which are available on the district's website. So if something came in on the form that was for one of those items, do we respond, or do we say, this is not a public records request because these items are on the website? I'm gonna leave it to council to figure that out, but the way that it's worded, it's completely ambiguous as if we're just going to not treat it as a request.
Just for clarification, if they want hard copy, they have to pay for copy. If we refer to the website. I think that.
Just take a look at that language. Director Moore and then Director Amy.
So I agree. Rework the language. Policy wise, I think we should say that we will make available to the public, electronically a form, to encourage the public to use it. That ought to be board's policy. I agree. Board doesn't have to approve the form.
Director Moore?
Yeah, I agree. We don't, shouldn't have to do it, but I wanted to make, I don't want to discourage the public from having to jump into this. I mean, the point of getting that public, making it possible, you know, just as informal as an email, but as long as you're specific as to what they want. And I don't like to see a lot of staff time trying to, you know, wonder, well, what do they want? You know, that type of thing. All right, thank you.
Okay, so we are including that item 8G is removed, no action required today. Directions been given to staff. We're now moving to our action items. Our first action item is to set a public hearing date for May 18th to receive the Marina Coast Water District recruitment and vacancy report as required by law for 2025 and 2026. And this is at page 148 of our staff report. And Ms. Legaska is going to lead us through, as she is the Director of HR and Administrative Services and Budget.
So, AB 2561, Assembly Bill 2561 of 2024 requires all California public agencies to present the status of job vacancies and recruitment efforts at a public hearing. This public hearing must occur before the board adopts the budget. So the item before you is to set a public hearing on May 2026 to receive the district's recruitment and vacancy report for fiscal year 25-26, as set by ADP type. Director and any other director questions? Any comment from the public? Seeing no hands going up, no.
Move approval.
Second,
So we have a motion by Director Moore with a second by Director Smith to set the public hearing date for May 18th, 2026 to receive the 2026 Minnesota Water District vacancy report for fiscal year 25. Roll call vote. Thank you.
Director Moore,
Yes.
Director Smith? Yes. Director Moore,
yes.
Vice President Schreiner? Yes. President Moore?
Yes, so that public hearing has now been set. And again, that is for May 18th, which is our regular board meeting in May. Next on our action items is to adopt a resolution to approve a customer assistance program for low-income customers. This item is at page 150 of our board packet, and there's also on the dais a PowerPoint presentation. And Ms. Legaspi, you are going to lead us through this one as well. It's your turn.
Can you pull up the PowerPoint, please? Okay, good evening, President Morton, members of the board and fellow staff. We are very pleased to present to the board our customer assistance program. Next slide, please. So here's a brief timeline. Actually, we started working on this program around October when we got the request from Vice President Schreiner to look into providing customer assistance program for our customers. So back in October, the first thing we worked on was trying to look for funding sources. We consulted with our legal counsel, our rate study consultant, making sure that we are able to find revenue sources that are non-rate revenue. And then next, we started researching other customer assistance programs from other water agencies. And by December, we met with the executive committee. So we brought forward the funding source. We also proposed using Dollar Energy Fund as a program administrator. We also talked about the funding for the program administration, and we presented options to the executive committee as to how the customer assistance program may look like. So January, we met again with the executive committee. We talked about the design of the program, guidelines for eligibility, and the program package. February, we met again with the executive committee to finalize the program guidelines, and now we are before the board asking you to approve the customer assistance program. Next slide. So we are going to name our program MCWD Cares. So that's Customer Assistance and Relief for Essential Services. So this program will provide direct bill relief to income qualified customers. This program will be funded by the sell-side lease revenues, from credit card rebates, and from recycling revenue, all of which are non-rate revenue. So this program will be, the grant amount is going to be $250 per year for each customer approved. That translates to $20.83 per month of credit to be applied to fixed water charges. So to be eligible for this program, first you need to be a MCWD customer with a household income at or below 200% of the federal poverty guidelines. You must be a residential customer, and the customer must remain the customer must remain current on their bill to qualify and remain in the program. So this our initial funding for the program is around 37,000, and we, with $250 of grant amount, we expect to provide assistance to 131 customers for the first year. Next slide. So this program would be, the program administrator for this CAP is going to be Dollar Energy Fund. Dollar Energy Fund is a nonprofit organization that specializes in providing utility assistance. They work with over 50 utility companies across 18 states. They will be the primary agent for the program in gathering, processing, and approving applications. They will also be the primary contact for customer applications and inquiries. And they will work to create tie-ups with community-based organizations. So a few samples of that would be your local church groups, Salvation Army, local charitable organizations. So the benefit of doing tie-ups with local organizations is that these CBOs or community-based organizations, they already have their local network, and they're known to the community. So this helps spread the word on the program, and CBOs can also assist in processing in-person applications. So if customers are not comfortable in uploading their documents and doing the application online, they can always come to their local church group or the Salvation Army, and the CBOs are able to assist them in processing their application. So the fees for Dollar Energy Fund, they charge 8.75% as administration fee, and CBOs are compensated with a $10 per application charge. Okay. Next slide, please. So this is the program flow chart. Customer application. So they will fill out the application form, submit the documentation. They can either go to the Dollar Energy Fund website or they can go to their local CBOs. They will be Dollar Energy Fund or the CBO will be reviewing the application form and supporting documents, and Dollar Energy Fund will be approving or denying the application. Once it's approved, the funds will be sent to MCWD for approved applications. So this can be annual or semi-annual, and I'll talk about that two different windows. And the district will apply the monthly credit to the customer account monthly. And any unused funds at the end of the year will be carried over to the next following year for the program. Next slide. So program timeline. So there's going to be two windows for this program. So we start the fiscal year June. 2 months before that, we start the fiscal year July, sorry. 2 months before that, May and June, we will open the application period. So once you get in those 2 months, the program period for you is going to be the entire fiscal year. So that's from July 2026 to June 2027. And that $250 is going to be divided by 12 months. So you get $20.83 of credit. If there's remaining funds after this first window, we will reopen the second window. The second window will open November to December, which is 2 months before the start of the calendar year. And the program period would be for the remainder of the fiscal year. So that's January to June of 2027. And that $250 is now going to be divided by 6 months. So you will get $41.67 credit. So at the end, whether you get to the first window or the second window, you get $250. So delinquency and credit administration. So as long as you are current, the monthly credit is going to be applied as soon as the payment is received. If you reach 30 days of delinquency, per our procedure, the customer will receive a delinquency warning notice. And once we receive the payment, we will reinstate the credit. So the account, once the account is brought to current, then we will reinstate the credit amount. Once you reach 60 days of delinquency, then the customer will be removed from the program, and the remaining funds that were forfeited will go back to the bucket. The customer, though, may reapply on the second application window. But once you reach 90 days of delinquency, the water service may be disconnected in accordance with the district policy. And if you want to reapply, you will have to wait until the next fiscal year to reapply. Next slide. So this is a sample of how it's going to look like on your bill. It will clearly say at the bottom of the MCWD CARES grant credit of $20 or $40, whatever it is. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Director Ibarra?
Yeah, thank you. I guess the application is, or have the parameters already been set already in terms of the income requirement?
The income requirement, we are following the federal poverty deadline.
Okay, so there's already been guidelines established.
We chose to follow the federal guidelines, so it's 2 years.
Okay. And that fee that,
$10.
$10 plus the 8.75%, is that too much standard or what? It's kind of high.
So these are the fees of Dollar Energy Fund, which is a program administrator that we have in this.
Right.
So we did a lot of research on customer assistance programs, and they're a nonprofit. So if you want to look at this, they should be on page 151 of your packet. So for funding of 37,000, the administration fee is 8.75, which translates to 2,800. And this includes everything from they have an app where you can do their applications. We can access their records. They will be providing us with regular reports. They will be training. They will be training the CDOs on how to take in or process our applications. They will also be doing their own marketing. Once we sign the contract, they will be doing their marketing, spreading the word on our program, putting it on their website, connecting with they will be working with Martin on advertising our program. So this all encompasses the administration fee of 8.75%.
So then with the administration of, let's say we just do it in-house, they're gonna cost more?
It's going to cost them.
So it's basically it's more cost effective to do this.
Yes, they are a nonprofit, and this is what they do. They already have the software. They already have trained staff and looking into the application. If we do this in-house, we need to find software. We not necessarily find software, but it's going to cost.
And you're planning to limit it to 131 customers?
With our funding of 37,000, if we do the math and then $250 off fixed grant amount and all the other fees, the maximum we can help is 131.
Okay, and it would be first come, first served type of thing.
First come, first served.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Yeah, so, how many customers do we still have paying that $25 surcharge that was a legacy from a poor decision of the Puerto Rios Authority 20 years ago?
To give you the estimate, it's a little over 600.
So my understanding is that they are primarily folks who are in the rental apartments in East Garrison and in first rental apartments that were built at the Dunes, near the Dunes Shopping Center. Probably where most of those reside. Is there some way that we could, market to them first? Because I think obviously not all of them are going to qualify under the income limits, but some of them that do qualify. It seems to me we got to find a way to at least prioritize getting information possibilities back to the people that are still stuck paying these monthly surcharges that should have been paid by the developer as the charges.
I appreciate the point. I think for us right now, for staff, it's going to everybody. Right? We will walk the district with this program. We want to capture those families that are
Director Smith? Oh, I have a lot of questions. Okay, first off, just, Dr. Moore. We're paying for all those people's water and experiencing on top of stuff. They don't need any extra because we already paid for it. They get free water. My question to Mary. So you're capping obviously the income for one person at what, 37,300 a year, correct? To qualify. Yeah. Okay. So what if there's a veteran in our community that has an income of $37,301? Are we just going to turn away a veteran? That this community is pretty much built on veterans, and we have veterans all here right next to us. 131 customers out of how many ratepayers we have? What, 2,500 and change? And this is giving them a $20 break. That doesn't seem, it seems very discriminatory in my opinion. We have so many subsidies already that I just can't even see how this is gonna, for $20 discount for 131 people when we have veterans that might barely make this and not qualify, or a senior citizen that is living on their own account. They might be 30,000 stickers. So to me, we're already paying our property taxes to pay for people's water, and I'm not on board with giving them for people that get free water. The other question I have for you is how long did this take in staff time over the course of October to now? How many hours can you attribute to staff time working?
I cannot provide you with any work hours. This program was, I mainly work on this program with analysts and our customer service administrator. I won't say that that we had to put in a lot of time. And then to address the questions on the size of the program and its ability to make a difference. One of the definitely $20 a month, like but one of the limitations that we have with this system, we cannot use with any revenue. We cannot use great revenue, so we are very limited in the revenue source. So we were able to find one, and that's a cell site that's safe to use. And right now, it's fiscal year 25, we generated $37,000. That may not be a lot, but given the restrictions that we have, I think it's a good program to start. And one of the things that we are doing now that if we get this next program is that on the fiscal year 27 proposed budget, we are adding more non-rate revenue sources to hopefully help increase this program, the funding source for the program. And we've also talked to other agencies and actually Dollar Energy Fund for a lot of suggestions for us, doing fundraising, doing all sorts of things. We can ask for donations from customers if they want to donate to the program. So we are actively trying to um, seek ways to make this program more meaningful and
Okay, so the other question I had is, the number one request from ratepayers in this district is it's not 131 people have a $2 discount. It's for everybody. So couldn't that $37,000 go for dishwasher rebates or washing machine rebates or or lawn replacement rebates? Because more people are asking for more rebates right now than they are that.
we have funding for reading.
Right,
Every
but
year.
can that go to more or something, like more?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
Director Emmer, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to mention this. But anyway, this doesn't encourage conservation, right? I mean, it's program. It's just basically they use water. Wouldn't a better thing would be to encourage conservation, and if they hit a certain goal, that they would get an extra bonus? Yeah. Wouldn't that be great? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. And we'd be encouraging two different things and would help to educate them more. Because, you know, they could see themselves getting this rebate, like, you know what, I can use more water now, and, you know, I can brush my teeth and let the water run, you know, that type of thing.
And there's a
So
lot
was
of-
that something that maybe some other programs that we looked into, maybe kind of rolled that into? You know,
we saw a lot of different programs, and one of the things that that's why we went to the executive committee numerous times was to present all these different options because there's a lot out there. So we needed direction on how to proceed. So that's why we were going through the executive committee month after month, trying to get that direction on how they wanted to see the. Okay, so I'm gonna have a direct.
Well, that's.
I do have to write that. Okay.
All right. So my questions. So Director Imamura raised the issue about the 8.75 administration fee, and 8.75% of 37,000 is not that much money, and I see that barely is going to cover the cost. And you answered the question that it'd be more expensive for us to try to implement here. My question is, does Dollar Energy Fund is that an economy of scale? So if in fact we grew this program and we were putting in 200,000, would they charge a lesser rate? Does anybody know? If you don't know, that's okay. It's just something I would pursue if I was increasing this, the investment in the grant.
That is a question that we can definitely have.
Okay. But for this year, we're committing for this year is the idea to start at 37,000. I do understand these are restricted funds. I do understand that the number of people we're helping, 131 doesn't sound like much, but that's not limited by any decision. That is limited by the source of funds that we're allowed to put into the program. Yeah. And trying to make a reasonable, you say we have 37,000 to invest, and then you're trying to make something a reasonable number to have some impact on low income households, correct? And MCWD, when you looked at the household size and the income, this is not a criteria that was developed by MCWD or by the executive committee. This is basically a national standard that's honored and used by multiple utilities. Is this the one that PG&E uses?
I am not sure.
Okay. But it is a national standard that's used for low income programs other than MCWD.
Yes,
Is that
it's
correct?
very common.
And are there other utilities in our community? For example, PG&E has a CARES program also that offers a discount if somebody meets the criteria of very low, correct? Yes. And Greenways, our garbage collectors, also have a discount for fixed income, correct? Yes, okay, fine, okay, so I'm gonna say yes, okay. So this is a program that's used, this concept of a program is used in our community to try to assist those that are really at the poverty level. That's the descriptor here. Yes. And there is no discretion being exercised by the board, by staff, by anybody in this organization as to who should benefit or who should not. Correct? That's correct. Okay. The thing that I had some other questions about is that we're paying a $10 per application fee for the community-based organization. And you have funded in here that they're going to basically handle every single one of every approved application. My question is, do they get the $10 only for those approved applications? Because that's what your page 151 states. If I do the math, that's what it states.
So the 1,310 here is assuming that all the applications go through the CBO. So this is per application, whether it's approved or denied. So this is obviously the maximum. If we don't reach this number, then the rest of the funding will go to.
Okay, that's not my concern. My concern is that you have 300 applicants. So now this number is 3,000. That's my question. Oh, do you see the difference between if they're approved, which is your assumption, versus that they are taking in the application, submitting it to Dollar Energy Fund? Completely different math issue here.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so we might be making an erroneous assumption.
Yes, I will verify. We have a meeting with them tomorrow morning, so that's one of the questions I look at.
All right, because that is a critical question, I think.
Yes.
When you're putting this,
So it's probably for approved, because this,
I don't have a problem paying $10 for the approved. I
yes,
do have a
because this
problem
is their,
that we cannot monitor nonprofits saying, well, here's 10 applications, I want $100. That's where I'm getting with this.
yes, so this
Okay,
is
we have
actually
no
their worksheet. So most likely that this is for approved applications.
Okay, as long as we're only paying for the approved applicants at $10, I'm, that's the answer I'm looking for. Yeah, I have other questions, but you want to follow up on that one? Go ahead, Director Smith.
What are they requiring for people? The tax return or what are they?
I did not get into those details.
Haven't.
Yes, but technically we haven't signed anything. So we've been meeting with them at a high level, just on the program that we want. Once we have those, like tomorrow we will be meeting. Once we have a signed contract, then we will get a list of the required documentation. We will be publishing that. We'll put that on our website. Then we'll start to solidify our program guidelines, listing all the necessary documents, all the details.
So those details, what you're looking for, may I ask Director Smith, what you're looking for is that it's not just somebody saying, oh, I make 30,000 a year. You're looking for, you want a tax return. What you want to see, two things that you look at when you're trying to establish people's income, not only what they're earning on a paycheck, but what their assets are. And that's the question that I think is important, because some people, they're not working, but they have millions of dollars of assets. And so that's the question, is what are the criteria that this organization, I trust this organization is in this business because it has developed a reliable criteria where you don't have abuse of programs. You have that belief also.
Yes. This is
Okay,
what
all right. 'Cause I think these are valid questions, and I'm just trying to make sure that we have vetted the organization correctly. Okay, my next question then goes to page 155. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to go through these quickly because I know we have the budget, but okay. So when I'm reading this, the grant application, 131, that this attachment A is what I'm looking at, is to receive an annual grant of $250. What I'm trying to make sure that my understanding is that you apply every single year. So you're getting a one-time annual grant.
Yes, we will be
Okay,
putting
because this
that-
language could be ambiguous. So you get a one-time annual grant of 250. And we should add in here eligibility must apply every year.
Yes.
Okay, that needs to be written in here someplace.
So this is not, this is not,
Final format?
yes,
Okay, great. That's my feedback.
that is one of the things we discussed during the executive committee, that, this is a one-time, once you get accepted, it's for this fiscal year, you need to reapply each time.
Each year.
So, yes, so, we will be putting that together in a more,
Cohesive.
yes,
Okay. So that's good that you see that. It's not automatically renewed. Then I'm going to your 30-day delinquency. So 30 days, you're behind 30 days. Your monthly credit will be temporarily paused until the account is brought current. So it's temporarily paused. This is ambiguous. Once payment is received and the account is current, the credit will be reinstated. Reinstated sounds like you're giving it back to them retroactively. And I want to be sure it's only going prospectively. So if you have been out of balance, you're behind in your account, you're behind for 30 days, you lose that $20 for that month. That when your account is reinstated, we're not giving you back, we're not reinstating the credit. Do you understand what I'm articulating? If not, I'll try again.
I am,
Okay. Is it the intent to give them for the past few months, or is the intent that those payments, any month that you are past due, you are forfeiting your $20 when you meet this criteria of 30 days delinquent, that you're forfeiting the $20.83 for that month. When you bring your account current, now your grant will restart the following month. Is that our intent? That's my understanding, Brian. Somebody else has a different understanding. Graham is saying that's our understanding, or that's not? Okay. I don't want to give retroactive credits. Okay, the incentive is for them to pay. As Director Memora is talking about, they increase their use of water, other things. We're trying not to have a system that can be abused. The other thing, in the 60 days, customers may reapply during the second application window. You need to insert in there if their account is current. In that sentence, it's not there. The other big criteria that I'm having a problem with is, and I know we didn't discuss this in detail or your spreadsheet. I'm now going to slide 6. So we have a second application for grants. So if we don't get a full 131, or we have people that fall off the program, we haven't expended the full 37,000 portion that's going to customers. I am not in favor of giving the second round 4167. I am in favor of giving them $20, that your benefit should be exactly the same as if you applied in May, June versus you go to the second window. And the reason for that is it gives more funds eligibility that we might have the ability to assist more clients than if you give a windfall to those that come in the second half of the year.
so,
I want to give, whether you apply May, June, or you apply the November, December, your grant is not going to exceed the $20.83. So if you apply for the second half of the year, your grant's $125.
okay,
Do you understand what I see somebody shaking their head. I'm just trying to make sure that
yes.
you are understanding, Mary. Not that you're not capable, I'm trying to make sure I'm clear. So that would be my input on this program. Any other questions, Director Moore? Thank you for answering my question.
Yes, thank you very much, President Morton. The limitations on household monthly and yearly income that are shown on page 151 You said they came from a federal source. Are those national standards or are those specific to Monterey County?
I would have
Okay, if they are national standards, one might argue that they're pretty, so the word I want, pretty tight for a very expensive place to live, central coast of California. We're not an inexpensive, we're not Dubuque, Iowa, we're not Idaho Falls. Can't get a house for $300,000, 4 bedrooms, 2,500 square feet anywhere around here. I did a quick search on Duck AI, and federal standards don't, according to Duck AI, or whatever that's worth, don't include any comments on asset limitations. So President Morton's concern about could someone apply that has $25,000 worth of annual income, but they're sitting on inheritance of $5 million from their parents that lost the stuff.
The interest would appear on their tax return. That's why I'm asking her to go look at the criteria.
Right,
Is that it's
right.
not just
I
a
agree.
paycheck step.
So we ought to take a careful look.
I don't have a problem with this, what's here.
I don't
in the-
either.
In the grid. So 2608 is approximately 32 hours per week at McDonald's at
Yeah.
$17 an hour, which is imputed income in a child support case. So these people do live in our community that are earning 2608.
I'm not doubting that, and we want service people in our community. We don't control how McDonald's decides to compensate people or any other business. So if you don't want the prices to be pushed upward even further than they already are by normal inflationary pressures, we need folks who take those jobs living in our community.
Maybe I misunderstood your objection.
It was not a rejection. I was trying to find out whether this was indexed specifically for Monterey County or indexed nationally.
Yeah.
So if it's a national, then somebody, yeah, these numbers maybe are too low for Monterey County. Somebody living in poverty in Monterey County might be living in poverty at $40,000 a year. All right. So I expect we're still going to get more than 131 applications if we push this out well. I expect the first round will fill it all up. We'll see how it works if the board approves this. Anyway, thank you.
I'm gonna ask the director. When we set these standards, if we adopt this program tonight and we set these standards with, I would like the changes that we've articulated here as a board. But it is something that's part of the point here when you go into the second round. We're going to see, did we only get 10 applicants? Then we know not only do we need a second round, but we may need to come back to the board and adjust the criteria for the program. So when we're adopting this today, if it's adopted, what we're looking at is the starting position based on the best information that we've received from this organization that deals with nonprofits in the state of California and across the nation, is my understanding. And that they have given your team guidance, and you're bringing that guidance to us. But the fine tuning for our community may be required, and we'll be able to do that before the November, December application process.
I believe so. We will have enough information by then. I think within the first few months, we will know whether, this works or this is the guidelines are too tight or we're not reaching out, so we're not reaching enough people. So we will definitely do that if needed to adjust the program to make it more effective.
Okay, perfect. Vice President Schreiner.
So one question is, when staff were looking at this, did you contact M1 Water at all and look at sort of the parameters of their customer system? Okay, and then I also noticed, we do have a hand on the team.
Okay, I will go, we were getting through all our board questions. Okay, so before we have any motions, we're gonna go to the attendees. And Darrell, who works for us, has his hand up. Please unmute.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board, staff, public. I was trying to take a few notes. The conversations went really fast, excuse me. But I wanted to add on to some of the comments that Mary responded to, some of your respective comments. And I'll try to go in chronological order, as I have them recorded in my notes. So Director Imamura, your comment about encouraging the water conservation, we 200% agree with you. And this program, in fact, actively doubles down on that, because by paying over almost 50% of base fees, customers then only have to pay what they use. So if they want their bill to be lower, then they would use less water, assuming there's no leak or other emergency. So this program, that was definitely taken into consideration. We wish we could pay more of the base fees, but as Mary stated, we can explore options later down the line. Madam President, your comment is correct. We met, as Mary stated, we met with them this morning. $10 is for approved applications. It won't be all applications. And again, as Mary stated, we can double clarify tomorrow morning with them again. Director Stacy, your comment about, what do they verify as far as the application process? Dollar Energy Fund has an intake customer portal that and inside their Dollar Energy team, they have a specialized team that specializes, sorry for saying specialized, but they specialize in the intake process. They verify the amount of persons living in the household, and they verify each person that lives in the household on the application that works. They didn't go into details on how they verify that income, but that is a part of their process that they recorded to us in our previous meeting. Madam President, your two comments preceding those, the 30 days delinquent does forfeit the grant amount. You are correct, that is our intent. The customer has to be current, and as a part of the grant process, we, as in customer service, we will apply that grant after the customer makes their payment. So if they miss a month, if they miss that 30-day payment and they're late, they forfeit that grant. And then if they come current again the 60 days or the next month, then we can again apply that current payment. We don't back pay, but they have to be current. That's the language that we are promoting, as Mary stated with Martin. That's the language that we affirmed with Dollar Energy Fund via our meeting this morning. So that is a big part of this program. And thank you for your verbiage for the 60-day comment as well. We missed that on that line item, that the account must be current. So I've notated that. Mary has notated that. We will make sure that language is updated. Director Moore, again, we agree with your comments. Although they are national standards, there was consideration for our Monterey County and our immediate service area, because due to our initial research and our preliminary conversations with Dollar Energy Fund, the industry standards in California is 120% of the national poverty level, the federal poverty level, excuse me. By us going up to 200, we add another 80%. Assuming the increase in cost of living in our immediate service area. So that was taken into consideration. And then in conclusion, Madam President, you are correct, 200% correct. This is just the start. We wanted to bring this to the board for your comments, and we confirmed with Dollar Energy Fund this morning that we do have the capability to change the parameters of this CAP program, given the December deadline. But more importantly, what was not mentioned to you all is our contracts with Dollar Energy Fund are annual contracts. So each year we have to go back and renew our contract, and we can enhance or remove the language as you all see fit, or as staff deems appropriate for our customers. So that's just a few of the notes that I took that I wanted to add to what Mary shared. And I hope that provides you all a little bit more clarification.
Darrell, thank you very much. And the only one that you missed is if you apply for the second window, that is still only $20. And
I'm surprised Mary forgot. That was her question this morning. And it wasn't that we have to go to 40. It was more of a question $2 energy fund. But Madam President, what I would like to highlight is we don't have to do it. But even if we did, we have the capability to back pay those people who are already in the program. So if we wanted to exhaust the funds because we've already budgeted for them and we don't have as much turnout or as much approved applicants that actually qualify, if we did want to go up to 40, not only would new people get that 40, but those who are already enrolled would be able to get their additional 20 and some change actually processed on their behalf as well.
So I understand that that is a flexibility. I am articulating a preference.
Absolutely. We don't have to keep it. We keep it at $20.83. Yes, ma'am.
General Manager.
I was just thanking you all for
Okay. All right. So we would entertain a motion to adopt a resolution approving the customer assistance program for low income customers. Thank you. So we have a first and a second. Any comments by directors? The motion, anybody in the public wishing to comment on the motion? Nobody in the room? Okay, we're ready for a roll call vote. Director Imamura?
A lot of times we just vote yes or no without an explanation, but I am a no with an explanation. And that is, with regard to, and thank you, Daryl, for acknowledging my, comments regarding the, conservation component. But, I think that we have to have some incentive in there besides the fact that you qualify based on income. So, I understand that's not how the program's set up, so absent that, I'm in the no on that. Thank
Director Moore?
Yes.
Director Smith?
I am also a no with an explanation. My no reason is one, this is just too vague put together. And two, I would prefer to see money go towards conservation only because I feel like Director Amora that it's just we need to put rebates towards conservation and no.
Vice President Sherman?
Yes.
President Morgan?
Yes. So the program is approved. Thank you for your time. That is with the direction to make the changes. Okay, I think we've hit the highlight of the evening. We're on item 10A, which is to receive a presentation on the proposed fiscal year 26-27 district operating and CIP budget, provide direction regarding preparation of the final budget. I know Ms. Legasca, you're standing at the podium. This will be a long item. The directors want just a 3-minute break to use the facilities. Okay, we're gonna take a 3-minute. It is 8:19. We're gonna start at 8:22.
Good evening again, board, fellow staff and members of the public. The item before you tonight is the fiscal year 27 proposed budget. Do you think for the out? So just an overview of what we will be going over tonight. I'll skip through the next slide. So this is our schedule. March 16, we shared the fiscal year 27 budget calendar with the board. April 7, we met with the budget and engineering committee, where we did the preliminary review of the operating and CIP budget. And REM also went through the 5-year CIP list of projects. And we're here tonight for the fiscal year 27 budget workshop. May 12, we will be going back to the budget and engineering committee to present the revised budget based on the direction that's given by the board tonight. And May 18, we have the fiscal year 27 budget adoption. Next slide, please. So this next slide is a very high level summary of the proposed budget. One column, you have the fiscal year proposed budget, and then on the last column, you have the 26 adopted budget.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, so for our revenues, we are looking at a 20% increase between the 26 and the proposed 27 budget. But please keep in mind that this includes grants. So in the fiscal year 27, there is around 15 million of future grant funding on these numbers for the CIP. So that's why you see the 20% increase. Operating expense, we're looking at a 7% increase. Debt service, 13%. Our debt service payments are driven by our debt service schedule. Capital equipment and CIP, we're looking at a 38% increase. And again, we have 15 million in grant funded CIPs embedded in these numbers. So that's why you see this big jump. And at the end, to balance the budget, we are looking at a 9.8 million transfer between reserves. So to break that down, 9.8 million from capacity fee reserve. So we will have to dip into those funds, and we're looking to transfer to operating reserve a positive $27,000. So that if you net that out, that's the 9.8 on net transfers from various reserves. Next slide. Next slide. Already. Next slide. Okay. Okay, 27 revenue highlights for operating revenue. So the right side here, we have the 27 proposed, and then the right side, the other side, we have the fiscal year 26 budget and estimated actual. So first, the first 3 lines are our major revenue drivers, which are the water sales, sewer sales, and recycled water sales. And the assumptions that we use here are based on the rate study forecast. So those are our major guide in budgeting for the our revenue, our operating revenue. So number 4 here, developer revenues. This is driven by engineering estimates based on the development activity that they forecast for the year. Number 5 is a water allocation fee. This is a new revenue source. I will be discussing this in the next two slides, so I will skip that for now. Water source fee. So this is the primary source of revenue for our GSA to fund and manage GSA activities. So the charge is to the water cost centers, marina and board water funds, and the cost is factored into the rates. So there is a transfer between marina and board water to fund the GSA activity. And number 7 is the other fees and charges. This includes backfill revenue, power system charge, meter fee, and land check and permit fees. So overall, you're looking at the table, you see that our fiscal year 27 operating revenue is 15% higher than the adopted budget from prior year. And if you're looking at the 26, our budget and estimated actuals, we do expect to finish at 102%, which is slightly a little more than what we budgeted. So our operating revenue is doing great. We are aligned with the rate study projections. We are doing well with the rest of the other operating revenue. So the next slide is the non-operating revenue. So line 8 is our capacity charge or capital surcharge. These are restricted revenues, and they are based on engineering estimate of the development activity for the year. Line 9 is our interest rate revenue. The assumptions are based on current market rates and historical trends. So for this year, we are projecting a 36% increase on our interest revenue. And if you look at the current year, we expect to finish at 122% of our budget. So we budgeted around 2 million. We feel that we're going to finish around 2.4. And then other revenues, this includes a rental agreement with BLM, these revenues, and renew charge agreements. Line 11 is our 2024 bond proceeds. So the 2024 bond proceeds, these are the remaining funds from the 2024 bonds issued to fund capital improvement projects. And this number is driven by the 27 CIP projects. Grant revenue, so we have 15.1 million there. We have a cybersecurity grant that we were already awarded last year, and there's 15 million there of future grant revenue planned out for our CIPs. Looking at the current year, we expect to finish around 82% of our budget. Though that's a relatively lower number, please keep in mind that the reason this is lower is that the 2024 bonds and the grant revenue here, which is highlighted in yellow, we budgeted, let's see, for the 24 bond to generate 12.3 million, but we expect to end at 9 million. But that is also because we did not spend the 24 bonds. So we were expecting to spend 12.4. We only spent 9 million. That's why we're only getting that 9 million. So it's a reimbursement basis. The same for the revenue. We budgeted for some grants that we did not receive. That's why you're looking at a slightly lower. But overall, we expect to finish the year at 93% of our budget, slightly 3 million short of our budgeted revenue. Next slide. So you're looking at the new sources of revenue proposed for this fiscal year. The water allocation fee, this is an annual charge to other jurisdictions for us to manage their water allocation. So the basis of the charge is staff time allocated to the other jurisdictions based on the remaining amount of water we are managing for them. State park beach office fees, the board approved the contract for agreement last March of 2026. We are also working on a contract for wheeling charges with Monterey One Water. So this one is still under negotiation. Next slide. So we are looking at personnel costs. So for the next few slides, I do want to request, so I'll be walking through the slides. I am requesting that discussions be made at the end of the PowerPoint. At the end of the PowerPoint, I will be putting together some key highlights or major changes for the 2027 budget for board discussion. So if we can just go through the slides and then have the discussion at the end, that would be really appreciated.
The questions and discussion is held up.
Yes, not unless it's a clarifying question that I can easily answer it. Perfectly. Thank you. So anyways, for the personnel cost, overall, we are looking at a 19% increase. For the wages, you see a 6% increase. The COLA is only 2.5%, but we do account for step increases for staff. So that's why, though the COLA is only 2.5, you see a 6%. We still have staff in the middle of their salary ranges, so they're still going up in steps. Overtime, we're doing great. CalPERS retirement, the UAL payment or the unfunded accrued liability is up by 12% for the fiscal year 27, and that is what's driving that number. Medical insurance up by 37%. So the increase in health insurance is, at least for the medical, is 10%. For dental, it's 3%. But you see a 37% increase because we have employees moving from one coverage to the other. So we may have started with an employee that's employee only coverage, but during the year they could get married and have a kid, so they move to the employee plus family. So that accounts for the movement of the employees within the different coverages, plus the increase in the actual rate. Other benefits 3%, taxes and insurance 4%. The last two items there that are highlighted in yellow, these are the major drivers of the big change in personnel costs. So we have about $1 million budgeted for additional O&M proposed positions. So we are looking at 5 new positions, 3 restaff, and this is to support the ongoing expansion of the district and the reactivation of the detail. I will be explaining that further on the last few slides. For compensation, we are also looking at a change in compensation from $50 per meeting to $100 a day. And also included here is medical insurance for the board, and that's $105,000. Next slide, please. So department operating expense. On that side, we have some key highlights for the departments. What are we doing this year? What is driving our budget? And then on the bottom part, we have the breakdown of the different departments. Administration, 66% of the overall department operating expense, followed by O&M and lab, and 9% for engineering and IT, and 8% for water resources and conservation. So just to highlight some of the things that admin department is going to be doing for the next fiscal year, we have budgeted $150,000 of it's an ERP needs assessment study. So this is in preparation for updating or changing our financial software or ERP software, which we are hoping to do in fiscal year 28. The software that we are using, we've been using it for the last 30 years. So we are budgeting $150,000 to bring in a consultant and do an overall analysis of our current processes and the different software that we are using right now. Next year is also election year, so we budgeted 80,000 there. We also budgeted 30,000 for a full pack and comp study. The current MOUs are going to expire at the end of fiscal year 27. So in preparation for negotiation, we are going to do a full pack and comp study. And highlighted in yellow are two buckets of training for the board. So we have the board CSDA training, where we put in 19,000. I'll be discussing that in detail in the next two slides. We have the regular board training that the board currently has. We are looking at, we put in 15,000 there, roughly 3,000 for the rest. Next slide. So development update for fiscal year 27, we are anticipating 15% more in the budgeted development from the current year. So current year, we budgeted 347 units of development. As of last Friday, we are at 200 constructed units already. So that's 58%. And we are looking at 400 units for fiscal year 27, and we have the breakdown there of the different developments. Next slide. So capital equipment, this current year, we budgeted 400,000, and that was mainly for vehicle replacement. We purchased 6 Ford F-150s and 1 Ford Escape and a skid steer. Next fiscal year, for fiscal 27, we are looking at a 263% increase, but that is due mainly to a purchase of a Vector combination cleaner at 750,000, and we're also looking at purchasing the existing modular rental, the modular building that we have over at Ford Street. Currently, we are renting that. We are paying rent for that. That's on lease. We are looking to purchase the modular building for 340,000. So those are the major drivers of the increase in capital equipment. Next slide. So fiscal year 27 CIP, we are looking at 15 projects, roughly at 30.4 million. So this is the you have the list before you, and on the right you have the funding sources for this project. So majority of these projects are capacity fee funded or future grants. So we have 15 million here of future grant funded projects. And so we are, so as you can see for fiscal year 27, we are heavy on the expansion projects. We budgeted 13.3 million in capacity fee. We have 6%, we have around 1.8 million remaining in our 2024 bond, which we will be exhausting. So that's the list of the projects and the funding sources. Next slide. Historical investments from 2021. We started off with 21 million. Fiscal year 26, we expect to end at around 55 million. Next slide. So this is a summary of our reserves. They're broken down into the restricted bucket and the designated bucket. So for the restricted, we have our bond or debt service. This is the requirement of the SRF loan. We also have there the 2024 bond because it's restricted for CIP projects. And of course, we have our capacity fee reserve bucket. On the designated reserves, we have our capital replacement reserve. As you can see, we've already hit our target level of 3 million. So this bucket will now remain a reserve bucket for emergency. There's no more projects coming in and out or charging to this bucket. After we funded the capital replacement for our reserve policy, we are now working on hitting our target for the operating reserve. So operating reserve, we expect to start the fiscal year with 23 million and, um, and fiscal year 27 with around 23.8 million. So, steady, funding of reserves, until our target is 53 billion. So 65. Lastly, the rate stabilization reserve, it's currently not funded. This is the third on our list on reserve, the reserve policy. So, after we hit the target for the operating reserve, then we will fund the rate stabilization. Next slide. So, as usual, we are requesting that, the board waive the section 6.08070, the district code. Thus, this section provides that 25% of all fixed monthly charges collected by the district shall be used for long-term water supply programs. However, this requirement may be waived by the board on an annual basis. So right now, we cannot afford to put in 25%, just on long-term, water supply. Next slide. So this is where, I have the key highlights or changes for the fiscal year 27, proposed budget. So as I was, sharing with you earlier, we did park 1 million in, proposed additional staffing for O&M. So those are 5 new positions and 3 reclass. We have 2 system operators, 2 water treatment operators, and 1 senior electrical technician. The system operators are to support the district's ongoing growth and expansion. The water treatment operators and the senior electrical technician, are for the reactivation with development. So we are on this budget, we are, proposing, adding 2 system operators, on this existing budget. The rest of the positions, we will bring it back to the board as we get closer to the reactivation of the diesel. So right now, we are adding 2 positions, system operators. The rest of the money we're just parking. So we are just reserving it for when we get to that, time we're nearing the, activation of the diesel. But we will bring it back to the board. Next slide. Backflow. So for this budget, we did not increase the backflow charge. If you recall, we have a CPI escalator for the backflow charges, and that's in our code. But due to the, so we're not increasing it by the CPI this time. The fee remains the same as the approved, rate last year. We have engaged, the services of our, rate consultant, Hildebrand Consulting, to audit the program and prepare a third-party fee schedule. So we are looking into the charges, given the feedback from the public. Once we have the recommendation from the consultant, we will bring that, to the board for discussion. Next slide. Board compensation. So I did mention that, there is a, request to change, the current compensation from $50 per meeting to $100 a day. For the water code section 30507, this limits the board compensation to $100 a day up to 6 meetings per month. So we are looking at a monthly cap of 600 per director. So the change in the budget is from 10,000, which, which the budget for this current year. This will bring it up to 36,000. We did a survey of, other county water districts. So, we did look at 151 other, districts, and, so we were looking at 2027 figures from the state controller's compensation report, and, we included some findings, for let's say board compensation, 32% of those 151 districts, pay no compensation. 46% are under the 7,200 annual cap. So the 7,200 is the 600, per month times 12. And 22% is over that annual cap. We also did a comparison between, our current compensation and other county water districts. And based on our findings, we have 47% of the other county water districts pay more than what we are currently paying, which is $50 per meeting, and 53% pay less. So those are just like the findings that we got by looking at the 2024. Next slide. Health insurance for the board. So the coverage is for board members only. The monthly health insurance, we're looking at $1,150, and that translates to $13,800 of annual health insurance for the board member. So there is an increase in budget of $69,000 to provide this health insurance for the board. So for reference, based on our meeting with the Budget and Engineering Committee, these were some of the questions that came up. So we are providing you the answers for your reference. So we have here the health insurance that is provided is classic PPO. For employee only, we're looking at $1,152 a month, which is $13,800 a year. Employee plus one coverage is around $2,300 a month, $27,600 a year. Employee plus family, we're looking at $3,000 per month and $36,000. So for district employees, if it's employee only coverage, the district pays 100%. And for employee plus one or employee plus family, the employees have a share. So employees roughly pay around 7 to 8% of the cost once you're at the employee plus one or employee plus one. So also based on the survey of the other county water districts that was done, 22% of that provided benefits to their board. 78% did not provide benefits to their board. Next slide. So this is the board training conference bucket. This is the existing bucket that we have right now. We are looking at 15,000 in budget, which is a 3,000 limit per board member. For reference, current fiscal year, we started with 10,000. It was amended to 22,000, which brought the limit per board member from 2,000 to 4,400. Also, as a reference, the district training budget for the employees is roughly 1,500 per employee. So I just want to clarify that this bucket is for other conferences and training outside the CSTA, because we created another bucket of training for the board specifically for CSTA. So this will be for your aqua or you want to go to Sacramento. So yeah. So this is for anything outside CSTA. Next slide. So this is the other bucket of training for the board. This bucket will cover the special district quarterly dinners, and each board member will have a choice of attending either the SDLA, that's the Special District Leadership Academy, or attending a CSTA conference. So the Special District Leadership Academy, for the board members, there's 4 modules. One is in person and the other 3 is online. So when I did the costing for this, total cost to attend is going to be less than 3,000. CSDA annual conference, I have listed the schedules that I've seen for this year. We have 2027. There's not yet any available information as to the conference, but so this bucket covers either an SDLA or a CSDA annual conference, and the limit for board member is 3,000. So in this bucket, I put in 19,000, 15,000 is for the board training, and the other 4,000 is for the quarterly dinners and other miscellaneous stuff. And that concludes my presentation.
Director Mamura, please turn on your microphone, please.
Can you go back to your slide? uh, Regarding the, I guess, page 8, or slide 8, personnel costs. Is that, with the current contract? And when is that contract?
I'm sorry, which line?
2027.
Oh, 20, the next year. So we could deal with that.
Yes.
Okay. And then, okay. Oh, so the vehicles on page 11, when you're getting these new vehicles, are you disposing of some other vehicles or what? And I'm just curiosity. So how many miles generally do you put on these vehicles before you dispose?
So that's a good question. It really depends on the vehicle. At the beginning, when I first got here, we were kind of playing catch up, and so we were using those funds for the small and light duty vehicles for the heavy duty fleet. So we were holding on to them longer. So anywhere between 50 to 75 to 90,000 miles are on these vehicles. The other thing to remember is the environment that they're into. Some of these were parked at the beach office for a long time, and so they get really eaten up by the salt there. And so, yeah, by the time we go to surplus them, they're beyond ready to be surplus.
So,
You bring up the.
Yeah, so the district policy is 75,000 miles or 7 years. And so all these vehicles are beyond either the mileage or the years to be surplus.
and are they put up for sale or what?
Typically, they go out to a public auction.
Or is there any thought of offering them to employees or other,
They're welcome to bid on. You can support that by driving them towards letting everybody know that they're going to.
I certainly would. I bought my pickup truck with over 60,000 miles. Got over 200,000 now, and it's still running great. So my question is, are we retiring these things? Cars last much longer, and cost of repairing, obviously.
I can tell you two of them. One needs a transmission right now, so you're going to put in and has a problem with the radiator. We have another one with a major engine malfunction. We have two of them that are sitting permanently that need to be replaced. So they're the ones that we have that we're surplusing. Like I said, we were playing catch up. After this next fiscal year, we're going to be sitting a lot better off in our district fleet. We have pretty much one more year to do purchase of probably about $250,000 to $300,000, and then the fleet will be relatively new and good for several years before peak.
But we'll happily let everybody know when they go to auction and what the auction.
Okay. So the other thing, I just, the board compensation, is slide 18. So a little confusing. $50 a meeting to $100 a day. That sounds kind of strange. So you think, oh, it's $100 a day, so 30 days a month. So is it technically $100 a meeting? Or what do you mean by a day?
So the regulation says that the board can earn $100 a day, no more than $600 a month.
So what do they define as that day? What do you do in that day?
Go
It's
to
just a
one
day.
to
If you show up at this meeting and this meeting 5 minutes, you get $100. On this meeting that's 4 hours, you'll get
So
$100.
that's the definition. Why don't we just call it $60 a day?
May I just, so currently some of us on committee, but two committees. So the $50 per day will get $50 for that. What the change would be if you are going to one meeting, two meetings, three meetings, all of them, you'll get out for the. Okay, so for the general meeting like today, $100. But if you have the one,
Forward or?
This is a proposal.
This
This is
is-
what we're considering.
This is the
Well, that's
request
what
to
you're
consider.
proposing.
That's
Yeah,
what
this is the
staff is
request to
proposing.
consider.
Okay, it's not what happened.
No, we gotta decide.
Right now, the board members are getting compensated $50 per district meeting, so that's a Brown Act meeting. So if you have this meeting, you're getting $50. If you have 2 committee meetings, that's $100. This proposal is then your meeting, if you have 1 meeting in a day, you get $100. If you have 2 meetings or 3 meetings in a day, it's still $100. That's $100. That is $100 per.
But it's all capped by this $600.
All capped by the-
So at the end of the month, if you've gone to 6 meetings, you get $600. If you've gone to 5 meetings, you get $500. But if you've gone to 8 meetings, you get $600.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
Well, it does in the sense too, that- right, but also this leads up to, I know the board is concerned about quality. But, when you go and make the committee assignments, some board members don't get the committee assignments that some other board members. So that means they would get more compensation.
Under the new rules, no. Under the new rules, if you show up for 1 meeting or 5 meetings, it's still just $100 a day. Right now, it is true. If you have 2 meetings, you get $100. You're only going to 1 meeting.
No, but I'm saying if you're assigned other committees or whatever, you would get $100 a day for the committee. So in one of those committees, right?
Right.
But if you weren't assigned to any of the committees, you were only given like maybe two assignments for the whole year.
Yes, I'm having, I can't connect it because we have all our committee meetings on the same day. So if you come in for 1 committee meeting, you get $100. Members that go to 2.
Yeah, maybe you're not getting it. But
May I
in terms of if you're assigned to another committee,
Yeah.
Let's say joint committee with the city.
Yeah.
For example, that's it.
It's not what you're trying to.
You get it. So the more committees you get assigned to, the more compensation.
Correct.
So the,
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. So there's no equality as far as that. Because if that's discretion of the district, the president signed the committee assigned.
That's correct. The committee assignments are the president selects them.
Right. So in other words, they're also determining whether or not how much compensation. Okay. So anyway, that's just my thought. I don't want to belabor it. The other thing then too is with regard to, okay, and I know you did the survey. Was that just Monterey County? For the
Which
survey.
Well, no, there's so. in the
Survey of
state
county water districts.
That's all county water districts in the state of California.
Oh,
There's
within
only
the state.
100.
Okay, and then going to 19 real quick. So board health insurance. So that conclude, Daniel? Okay, was there any thought of just going out and saying, hey, this is public? I just thought about this. Putting it together.
And we have
But I mean, yeah,
Wait. I'm not in, mind if I ask a
Yeah.
question?
Yeah.
Are you saying instead of offering health insurance, general health insurance policy, that if that the board of directors offers general.
Right.
inclusive?
Right.
And then that's a question that CalPERS or whoever your providers are, generally, can you take the supplemental policy without taking the base policy? And I don't think the answer is quickly demonstrated.
no, only that we can. Well,
Okay, because you've made a representation that yes, we can.
and look into it. You got
We, okay, all right, thank
can
you.
you provide some numbers on that? Great. And then, let's see. Oh, so the training. Now, we had a lot of discussion, a lot of. If you look at this, if you look at full cost. I know you put a shot of 2,000, but is that gonna cost, is that through the, cost of, accommodation?
Yes.
Travel? Because, you can't get a hotel room for less. If you go to some place, you buy, that's over that. That's just for the accommodation, so that doesn't include the registration.
3,000 is more than enough. When we go to conferences, we average 1,000.
That's for one conference.
Yes, that includes meals, mileage,
Okay, but
registration, lodging.
there's two conferences. Aqua has, for example, and of course, you have PSP. We just. There's no way. I think.
Director Memorial staff brought to the committee a much more robust training program. The committee reduced it to one CSA activity, one of. So that's what we're bringing.
I think we're going kind of full circle here. We're going back to where we were. And again, I have a real concern about board members deciding what other board members would educate. Well, like, so anyway, I don't want to. It's not realistic. It's not realistic. We're trying to make a very, yet we don't want to allow other board members to take make that. Either there's real big problem with it. But if you want to continue in that sort of direction, then
What slide were those two buckets on? Pardon?
20 and 21.
Yeah, that's going. Other board questions? Right, that's-
On slide 7, we have the water allocation to annual report to other jurisdictions to manage the water allocation. I just wanted to clarify what we mean by the other jurisdictions. Like when we're talking about when
allocation. This is merely to compensate the district for the amount of time it's taking to manage the water. We're shifting gears a little bit, right? Up until this point, the ratepayers have covered the costs of managing the state water allocation. And we think it's more appropriate that it be steered towards the LUJs that are holding on to this water. So it's a de minimis amount. It's really just going to be staff time to produce the letters at the end of the year, do the allocation work that we do. So not a tremendous amount of money, but definitely moving it away from the ratepayers.
So it would include those jurisdictions that were not yet serving on the portal of what's related to.
So we could talk about serving, right? Because I think we're serving them. We're providing a service. But yeah, so folks like Del Rio would get that 243 points of whatever percentage, points is not percent, whatever that percentage is of the total amount. So an organization that has used up the entire allocation, they're done, their account closed, they're on their own. UCM Best, the university, those other entities, whatever their balance is remaining on the spreadsheet, whatever that total balance is, their percentage portion of it, that's the percentage portion that they're paying.
Yeah. It's just like what's known as so that is so when you calculated the DOD compensation of 105,000, if you were to make 15 days, $200 days, plus medical insurance, plus 30 and 37 or $41,000. So this 105,000 is just for board compensation and health insurance. The training buckets are under the ad department. And page 18. Yeah, okay. That one I had a question about clarifying this per day. Thank you. One last question. Page 19 on the first one. I'm only aware of San City and Seaside. Hopefully they're two councils doing that, and one of the two council members told me that if a council member opts out of self-insurance with the city of Seaside, they can collect that money that would have been applied to the health insurance. But I don't know because we're in California water law, if that would be legal because of the $600. I'm not saying we need an answer right now, but I know we're different from the city. But it would be interesting to know what the parameters.
So on slide 11, I'm very pleased to see we're going to buy out those modular buildings. I know that that'll have a payback period of about 3.5 years. I assume they're going to last longer than 3.5 years. So, secondly, I've been reading, and we've read a lot in the press here, a couple of years actually, about drones. And certainly we've heard about some fairly fancy drones costing $1,000. So just wondering, the $16,000 drone, what sort of cruise missiles will it actually carry? Yeah, why do we need a $16,000 drone? What is it going to do to a $1,000 drone wall?
Apparently, given the current regulatory situation, the district's not allowed to purchase drones not manufactured.
Oh,
So
interesting.
any of the drones the cheaper commercial drones, which are not made here, are not available. So there are very specialized suits that are taking advantage of this one. So we have been glad to be gracious enough to let us do some of the aerial footage. But we need to get it.
Well, maybe someday. On page 18, under board compensation, these are for county water districts. How is it that 22% of that 151 are paying more than the legal cap?
That's a great question. And we've been digging into it with Councilman Suda's team. So there's 3507. That's the county water. And then there's the other water code, 2202.
What?
That if adopted by ordinance, will allow the district to accelerate or increase annually up to 5%. So some of these water districts
Have gone beyond the limit based on inflation,
Because
essentially.
they started,
some kind of inflation.
when did they start? That's the issue. And then if they were doing it then, and they've continuously done it, then they can't.
Sure.
Elevate.
I'm not asking the question because I'm advocating for us to get paid more because all of that money comes out of our ratepayers' pockets. And we're already having to spend money on capital infrastructure to maintain the excellent level of service we've been providing for our customers for decades. And none of the domestic suppliers from whom we buy valves and pumps, electrical gear, pipelines are offering us any discounts. And there are plenty of inflationary pressures on them. So not particularly interested in heavily in trying to exceed the cap for sure. I believe Director Moore asked if you could look into dental, so separately. So might as well ask if you're looking at that with vision separately. You're way ahead of us, forward thinking and so forth. Let me see if I can any other directions here. By the way, roughly speaking, what would be the range of these bills going to the cities from pitching allocations? No, I'm not expecting it to be a big windfall, but maybe I should ask this question. Can we talk, do the cities know this is potentially coming yet or not?
You guys could get thumbs up before but
Sure. So it might be good to know, how much of that in the cities, because they're way too impressed with funds. President Morton knows from her experience. That's what counts.
But it is erratic based on what is still.
Right.
So that is.
What we're at, yeah, well, we're managing for them, sure, that makes sense. But based on how much of this total allocation. I think the moment those are my questions. Thank you.
Council.
Historically, board does and
One follow-up. So the law itself that you quoted, Does it describe things on a per meeting basis or on a per day basis? On a daily basis. So that was maybe some of the source of confusion about what we do legally.
Director Smith.
Okay, I, so when first we went back to first, so I wanted to find out the particulars of the drone, because I wanted to know if we're using, a lot of my farmers use them to measure different totals, things like that. So they have that capability to actually do a lot more than just fly over pictures. So are we utilizing drones like that, or what's the
To answer your question, what we're doing right now is we're putting together a plan to justify the cost of that drone, to see what we already have an idea of what we would like to use it for, but we want to put that on paper so we can see if the drone that we're looking at the moment can justify all those costs, all those.
And put a moisture on it.
That's where.
And
my
that's
question
definitely,
is, because
ag is definitely one of the things we're looking at.
Soil moisture is
drones are like amazing because they can save us money on a lot of other outfits. So that's
Yes.
why I want to make sure if you're gonna put it doesn't only drone, if you're doing, it does everything that we copy.
Basically talk to you. So,
Yeah.
well, we're looking at ag, we're looking at ops, we're looking at engineering,
Yeah.
water resources. So
Okay. And
all
so,
departments.
okay, thank you. So I don't know if my next question is your department or if it's Garrett's, because I brought this up over a year ago as well, even when I first started on this board, and I did not see it in the budget for this fiscal year, is painting our tanks with the fire resistant paint. Have you guys, I asked with looking at that, and
Yeah.
has anybody ever heard of it?
Yes.
Not.
Don't make look into it as part of tank two. I don't know what the.
Well, I would say it's any of our tanks that are on, I mean, we're all now in moderate, even the tank two is the high fire zone, but, we've got tanks that are in moderate. So that's something that CAL FIRE is doing in all the tanks in Southern California, so I tested this over a year ago.
And I think that we'll find out.
Okay,
So I
well,
don't
I just
remember
wanna
what
know.
Only for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then my other question is, so I noticed you have Verizon, you guys have Verizon for cell phone here, there's a Verizon for my storage. Okay, do you have an employee who's Verizon, do you have enough people in that pool? They do offer you a discount, are you guys taking a discount with Verizon? Is that something that we could, the board could also get as far as like, if you were to, we asked about, gaming and everything. That's what it's leveraged at, but there's also in lieu of whatever,
Yeah, there's a government
discount.
employee discount.
Can you see if that is something that could be applied to the board that would hurt that law? Because I use my cell phone a lot to call you guys and message you a lot. So I think that would.
So two follow-ups. Thank you, Director Smith, for asking about that idea. There is a notable employee discount for their own personal cellular plans as a consequence of their point here. If that is something that the extent of board members, that would be something that would not cost the ratepayers down. And I think useful benefit. So that's an interesting idea. I think we'll think through. I just want to ask about this. Does the law prohibit us from even owning or possessing a drone that was not manufactured in the United States?
No. But we had to run prior to the regulation.
Does it apply to used equipment? Could we acquire a used drone of some source that,
The level of testing we're experiencing right now, I would recommend.
oh, okay, you raise a good point. It's good.
Yeah, and I will press further. And some of you have already started taking stuff back. If you see an email that you don't know or you don't anticipate, do not open it, send it to us.
But don't put it in the garbage.
No, send it to Tio so that we can quarantine it and make sure that everybody knows about it. Brad sent us a couple. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it? Yeah. It was. Yeah. So they've done this one where it kind of goes out, it renames itself and it comes back and that goes further. It's pretty thick.
Okay, thank you, just wanted to thank you, appreciate that.
I just want to follow up on that Verizon. Yeah. Okay, so I'm understanding from Theo that all our iPads operate T-Mobile. So why do we have Verizon? Why are we having two different devices?
Yeah, it has to do with coverage and who had the best hotspot. As I understand it, who had the best hotspot. So
Well, according to Theo,
Yep.
T-Mobile does. So
Right.
why are we even messing around with Verizon?
okay.
So the district was primarily on Verizon several years ago. As T-Mobile came into the area, their network got a lot better. So the district has probably 98% switched over to T-Mobile. That other 2% is for secondary access for certain important numbers like standby phones. So in case something happens to T-Mobile's network, they have a secondary line to Verizon, so it's a completely separate network. So the majority of the district, you're correct, is on T-Mobile. There are a few cell phones or accounts left that have a dual number, dual SIM with Verizon.
So then the follow-up question while you're there, or simply ask, is does T-Mobile give the discount?
We will
Yeah.
find out.
Okay,
I believe the
might
answer
as
is
well, that's the next question.
So we have to quantify, we have to make sure that we quantify the role and how you guys are classified as employees or not. And we will have to sort it out with the employee. So we'll figure it out. And if there's a benefit to be had, we'll make
Yes, Director Emmer.
So since we were talking about
Yeah.
board compensation, so it's my understanding that the $50 came about and that's statutory based on is it the size of the district or
No,
what?
it's just that it's a county water agency.
Oh,
Because we're a county Division 12 county water agency, this law applies to us. Whereas if we were a municipal water agency or an irrigation district or a CSDE or a legislative water entity, it's completely different.
okay, how are you characterizing the district Verizon Santa Clara Valley Water District?
That's a municipal water.
That's municipal versus county.
They're limited, so the only thing they're a jurisdictionally limited organization. So they were created to do one thing within this footprint. Marina Coast is a county water agency, and a lot of people. So we have our service area, we have our contract service area, and then we have our jurisdictional boundaries. But for us, the county is the furthest we can go unless we have a federal contract and turn into this other. But it's only because we were created under this legislation that puts us in this place.
So who can change that? Does it go to the state legislature or some other body that can change it? That's,
It goes up to that.
oh, really?
Change that from we were created by an election within the county. It changes from county water agency. Well,
To a municipal.
yeah, but this. Right. County water agency. Water.
Right.
Yeah, I just don't. Cause we were. Right, that's different than. Oh, yeah. County water agency into something else. We were created by an election, in the county. That was something.
Yeah.
Along that line.
But as we grow,
and rerun.
but as we grow and acquire new customers, yeah, we say, doesn't that in itself trigger and say, hey, you know, we need to change that?
I don't think so. I think that it has to do a little bit, Brad, with what you wanted, what the public, what the owners of the district want it to do for them, right? And if you wanted to deliver the services under Division 12 of the water code, then we're good to go. And that is, you know, fire service, trash service, water, wastewater, power, there's recreation. There's a whole bunch of stuff that public would have us do. If they want. That would be that road.
And I don't think the public really cares. But we as a ratepayer, as long as you're providing what you're supposed to be providing, right? Whatever jurisdiction you are, it's not going to be my. Well, you don't have that problem. All right, thank you.
Okay, well, I have a few questions. So just going to slide 6. So the bond proceeds line 11. I guess the 2027, the 1,763 is the balance of the bond that we have available that we're going to spend in 2027, correct? Okay, but then when I'm going over to the right side where we budgeted 12,335,000, and we estimate that we're only going to spend 8.9. They don't match up that there's 17 left, 1.7 left. Why? What am I not getting in
No,
your
that
equation?
is correct. So when they budgeted the 17, when they budgeted the 1.8 million for this year,
Oh, they were anticipating the full expenditure of the 12. Okay,
so at the end, there's still gonna be some remaining 2024 bond money, which most likely during the year, we are gonna bring back. We're gonna bring that item back to the board to re-budget, but it's not
spend.
too.
Okay. All right, so it's not that we're walking away from it.
No, no.
So that was my question. Thank you for. Okay. I'm gonna go to the public for questions and come back for discussion and possible motion. Anybody in the public wishing to comment on the budget? Raise your hand. I'm looking at, we have 6 attendees, nobody is raising their hand. Room is raising their hand. Come back now to board discussion and potential motion. So I guess mine is a question. I'm sorry, we're just sorry, but further direction. It was a mistake. And it's my mistake. I'm gonna get to so the board compensation appearing on page 8 is 105,000. That is, and if you do answer this up, that is basically the $100 a day for meetings, capped at 600 per month per director. So then also the health insurance, if we accept.
Yes, so it's 36,000 board compensation.
How much did you say was the health insurance, like what?
So the health insurance.
You have it on another slide, I think, 13,800.
Yeah, so slide 18 and 19. So slide 18, the compensation is gonna go up to 36,000. Slide 19, the insurance is
16. Okay, so then currently in 2026, we were spending 10,000 annually for board compensation.
That was the budget for something. We don't normally do this.
That was what. Okay, so in this proposed budget, what you're looking at is 105,000 for board compensation for attending meetings, health insurance, and then an additional 34,000 in board training. So we're at 139,000 total board compensation is what is happening. A couple more questions. This packet does this packet have a recommendation attached to it? I want that out loud, not your head shaking, please.
Yes, no, sorry.
Thank
no.
you.
Staff doesn't have a recommendation.
So this is, I'm not second. This is a compilation of different requests from multiple board members, all being offered as, here's the possibility. And now board, it's discretionary on what we want to direct staff to put forth as a proposed budget. Is that correct? With that information, if any other directors have any other questions? Director Moore.
Comments?
Yeah, we're going to comment. I want to make sure
Okay, so I did look through this. I could not find specifics on board compensation posters. Done a good job. So however this document gets presented out to the public, I think if we're going to even consider increasing board member compensation beyond current amounts, I think that needs to be clearly called out, number one, whatever document we put forth. Number two, I will pledge to not take compensation that comes out of our ratepayers' pockets until after I choose to run again, get reelected. Right? That's just my public pledge here.
So may I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
Because my understanding from budget is that even if this is adopted in the budget, it would not be immediately applicable. There's some criteria of when it would become applicable to current board.
So that's past practice.
Okay.
This is past practice is to activate any increases in wages until after the board meeting, because it then has, you're not voting for your own, you're voting for the future. And that's been past practice, not controlled by any.
Okay, thank you.
And you said after the board meeting, you mean
Sorry,
after the
after the
election.
The election.
The election. And then I would predict that if we actually put forth a proposal that says last year we budgeted $10,000 for board compensation and actual expenditures were $8,500, and now we're putting forth a budget for $146,000. My ears are going to burn off with Nextdoor, and I don't do Facebook and Instagram just to save my hearing, so to speak. But we're going to get a lot of political pushback that we don't need at the time when we're increasing rates on our ratepayers, and unfortunately, our same ratepayers, which often confuse the services we provide with services provided by Monterey One Water, their rates are going up likely 8% a year for 3 years and 9% and 9% after that. So our folks are going to get hit pretty hard. So I think we need to be very careful what we ask for. It costs our ratepayers.
Thank you. So, first of all, I just follow your comments, right? Being elected, whatever. I'm not really concerned about that because I don't even know if I'm going to run it. So that's still up in the air. But I'm not here for that. I'm here to represent the rate here. So even if we adopt this budget, this possibility, I'm not going to use it for half the year. And I would go on the record and say that with regard to increasing board compensation, I would exchange that for no restrictions on the board member getting the proper education that they feel they need to get to serve the way. And that to me is just one. When you increase your compensation, that goes to the pot. What I'm saying, I just want the funds so I can go get the education to serve the way. And you could take that however you want. That's right. And I actually think that I'm one of the most qualified persons here for the black background. So it speaks for itself. So again, I'm not concerned about any election. So anyway, again, and with regard to health insurance, I think with you adding vision, I think we should really look at it possibly if we're going to go that way. Just look at maybe dental vision and take some small steps rather than a huge chunk. I don't know. But anyway, and I agree with Director Moore. It's a big, we don't want to spend that and use our rate payers to spend it. But anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Director Smith.
So if you look at this, it means it means look at those 6 meetings and whatnot. That's not that is the point is that this is for future board members because you guys all are not going to be here forever, right? I mean, there's going to be younger people who need to come on board eventually. I don't think everybody fits forever yet. There's whole mountain of food going around. So I think that people understand that it costs about $7 a gallon for gas to get to this building. And I think having to get $150 in the month is not going to make or break the water district so that board members actually have fuel on their car. And I'm not looking at it as myself. I'm looking at it as something that would attract future board members to even run. No, I mean, you can go, somebody that just said they go on next door all the time. Well, you can see people on next door like, I would never run for an office like that because you don't get anything. You don't get gas money there. So limiting the future people that are wanting to run for these board positions, I think is this staff and everybody that works here a disservice because there's a lot of very bright, educated people that are younger and can bring a lot to the table for this district, and limiting them on not being able to actually even run because they know, well, I wouldn't get fuel money at her. I mean, I'm not saying that somebody that doesn't have a car wants to run. There's no limit on who can run. This is a non-partisan position. There's no limit on who can run. If you are interested in water, if you are interested in changing the way, I'm bringing up things that I brought in, right? Like some things that you guys never even thought of. There's people out there with things like that. And I don't want people to feel that they're going to be like steered away because of one or two board members. Like, I don't want, I'm going to run it. I don't want anybody to ever think that I can do that. Well, good for you. Kudos for you. Director Moore?
This question for this council. Thank you, Director Smith, for raising the issue. Does that compensation limit in any way, is any law prohibit the district from providing mileage for directors. That's the front board. So it might be possible.
So
So,
you're coming from, so are you paid on terms of pickup stuff?
sure, yeah,
Am I coming from my office in Montreal or am I from my home? What is the determination? If I'm having to come from a courthouse in Salinas, because that's where my day ends, do I get paid to get there? There are so many variables. I'm just hanging out, so that may not be good.
so I would just, you're right, there's lots of variables, but it's- if it's legal, I think it would be up to the board to determine the standard. It would simply be, you get paid from the residents to the board, and that's it. And that's it.
I think it's something to look at.
No workers' comp coverage, coming and going, it's excluded by law in so many different other ways. IRS, you cannot deduct from your tax return. There are so many applicable rules, which is what your information is that. So I just would like to make a couple comments and about what I started asking questions. I do not see this budget and the board compensation as being the key for public service. When people run for a board, be it any elected board or even a nonprofit, the different places where people choose to serve their community, that is public service. It is not something that's generally done because you're expecting compensation at whatever you believe your fair hourly rate is. I am in favor of raising to the $100 with the fairness aspect. It's $100 a day, maximum 600. That's a definition that's got a parameter limited by law. I do not view that providing health insurance to board members is prudent expenditure of our ratepayers fund. Every one of staff that gets health insurance expends 173.33 hours a month. That's 40 hours work week. And so their health insurance cost is divided and comes out to $6.65 additional compensation per hour. If a director, I'm assuming that the maximum probably directors would put in for board between committee and the full board meeting is 20 hours a month, that we are getting paid $57.60 an hour for health insurance costs. That is extraordinarily high when you look at our ratepayers. And it is a burden that I do not believe ratepayers should be paying to directors. So I am not in favor of providing health insurance. I am in favor of increasing what we had in our budget for training. And I do know that the that's kind of your bucket. So to the point here is that we're trying to make sure that all directors have the appropriate training. And the training that I believe that we all have had the benefit of or want to take advantage of is the CSD training that trains boards on how to lead an organization as policy directors, on how you read budgets. All of the training is geared toward special districts and serving in the policy making, not in the operative, but in how we run a business from a policy decision making and give direction. For that reason, in the committee, Director Smith and I were looking at trying to separate out a bucket of funds that allowed board directors, and I know on page 9, you have the word new. And it's, I don't know if that new means new director, or if that new should not mean anything. Is, okay, all right, thank you. Is that is setting aside $19,000 for the CSBA, for its equivalent type of training for board of directors, which is $3,800 a year per director to be able to go to those conferences.
Yes, correct. No, actually the 19,000 is broken down. 4,000 is for the quarterly dinners and miscellaneous. What
Oh,
was
so it's
15,000?
15,000. So if you don't go to the quarterly dinner, then you have more money to go to conferences.
No, we locked the for the discussion during the we
How it's
we have-
presented is not making sense. Please.
So the details will be more on
Or your last pages. So
yeah, that's where the last one, page 21. So there's a limit of 3,000 per board to attend either a CSBA conference or an FBLA, the leadership.
So that's sufficient funds for people to attend in person plus online.
Yes,
So they can do multiples this summer online.
yes.
And so I get it. And the 19,000, 15,000, and 4,000 set aside for the. So the combined then is really 6,000 per board member in these two buckets. Yes, on slide 9.
Yes. 3,000 for CSBA, 3,000.
Okay, and so, and that's annual. So if a board member is here for 4 years, they're able to go to a total of 8 conferences. If we make these adjustments annually. But that- Okay, well, my direction would be to eliminate the health insurance. I am in favor of the 2 buckets, you called them for the conferences, that increases the compensation to a total of 6,000. And 5 is 30,000 compared to the 10,000 that we had previously, but then it did increase a little bit to 14,000. So that is a significant increase. And again, I am balancing what I am looking for in the budget from where are the sources of funds. And that's our rate. What else? do we-
Point of order. I'll move that we continue the meeting past 10 o'clock to finish this. Quickly finish the.
So we have a first and a second to extend the meeting to finish what's on the agenda. Which is the information. Any discussion on the motion to extend the meeting? Anybody in the public wishing to comment? Don't see any directors with? Yeah.
No,
Yep, two parts. Wait, I think we voted and then I'll second it. Okay, so we have a substitute motion to go extend the meeting till 10:15, regardless of what's done. Made by Director Amora, seconded by President Morrison. Any discussion on the motion by the public on the motion to extend the meeting to substitute motion? not seeing pencil. Have any directors? I'm just gonna ask you. Director Earmer,
Yes.
Director Moore,
Yes.
Director Smith. Vice President Simon? Yes. President Morton? Yes. Okay, so we're gonna continue this, but is there any further discussion on the budget, or what further items does? Okay. That's it. It'll come back all. Anything else with concluded the budget? Every director got their questions answered. We know staff has direction. Okay, so that concludes the presentation and workshop on the budget. We're now going to the general manager's report.
Thank you, people.
Committee and board liaison reports, executive committee. The executive committee who did today was the discussion of the executive committee. Vice President Training did a report on that. It was an introduction and discussion on the general manager's evaluation form and next budget and engineering director, is anything other than what we discussed tonight? We covered everything that we discussed in budget and engineering, aside from the drought, I talked about that one. Here, there. M1 Water Board Member Liaison, Director Moore.
Yes, thank you very much. The board met on 30th March, next meeting is on the 27th of April. On the 30th of March, the outfall agreement between Monterey One Water and Cal-Am was amended. We discovered that the original contract, now about a year and a half old, which was a contract to have Monterey One Water apply for a NPDS permit, which would allow disposal of Cal-Am's brine out to the outfall, and a coastal development permit to be worked on, developed, and submitted to the appropriate agencies. We were able, in the amendment on the 30th of March, to get Cal-Am's name removed as a co-applicant of the coastal development permit. Unfortunately, of course, they asked for some things that they wanted inserted that I didn't think were very good, but did not end up in the majority on that. So as a consequence, on 30th of March, a coastal development permit application was authorized to be submitted to the California Coastal Commission. There's still some controversies regarding that as to whether or not the city of Marina has a right to weigh in their coastal development permit. To be determined. Don't know where that's going to go on and where that's going to go. And finally, there was discussion of the upcoming proposed 5-year Prop 218 process based on the work of a great engineering firm that was providing advice to Monterey One Water about particularly a lot of investment in future capital investment projects and programs. So let's see where that goes on the 27th.
Great. Joint City District. Director. Oh. Oh. Well, I'm sorry, there were two. Thank you. Your microphone.
And the subject of the meeting was to consider accepting the wastewater rate study and directing staff to initiate the Proposition 218 process to set maximum wastewater rates for fiscal years 2027 through 2031. Myself and Mayor Donahue were opposed. The rest voted with 2 days.
Thank you for sitting in while I was out on business.
Okay, so the Marina Coast Water District GSA and the San Valley Basin GSA Steering Committee was held April 9th. And we had a meeting, thank you to Charlie and his presentation tonight. That was a summary of what is the status of what MCWD is spending its grant money on accomplishing this year, and to our general manager of what are our projects in the pipeline to address the undesirable results. We listened to a very long presentation, lots of slides from the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater GSA. They use a lot of ink. When you ask things that they are saying, we're going to have demand management, have they implemented demand management? The answer is no. They're developing standards for demand management. They've now limited their study. They're looking at one feasible project. They've identified the injection well project as that project. It makes me excited to know that MCWD is looking at this as immediate action, not what are we going to accomplish in 2040, but what are the incremental steps? And I think that is what our organization and this coordination try to stress, emphasize, and that we do that successfully. That's my report for that. Director Emmerman. The GSA, yeah. And I'll come back to you for the joint joint city district. Now we are, and you're going to do that. Your microphone.
For me, of course, probably everyone's aware that current city manager Long is retiring as of July. We're in the process of doing I guess they're just have an announcement. They haven't received any final applicants yet. And what jumped out on me was the fact that they are seeking a utility tax. So that's going to be kind of an issue. And then, of course, they're also going out for a bond again to enhance their facility. So we'll see where that fail passes. Thank you. Director Smith. Oh, excuse me, you're right.
I would like
Sorry.
to ask the question.
So you have a comment on that?
No, I think we did the summary, which was the utility tax, the bond issues. They are working on their Asian garden. They gave us an update of the beautification of Central Marina, the fight between the parks and their plans for the parks that Rock had in. It was an informative meeting in the sense of just the general sharing of information. From MCWD standpoint, again, REM directed what we are doing to increase the water supply. They are very keen. The city manager is very keenly focused on, is there going to be adequate water for projects that are within the city of Marina? And to that, as he states, when REM talks about water and water supply, he feels confident. So that's because we're looking for new water sources. We're putting things online. I know now I'm going to just give my comments. This goes back to what we were talking about, why we were giving recognition to REM. It's that trust and the building of partnership with land use jurisdictions, other entities and agencies. That is what's so critical for our organization on how we move through the world. We're looking to our customer base, thinking that we're doing a good job, that they have confidence in us. But it's also those partnerships with the land use jurisdictions and the other agencies, having trust that what we put out is a work product that they can have confidence in, and that we're delivering services in the best feasible economical way. So that's my comments. Director Smith, do you have comments? Director comments? I are we on director comments now? Well, we're only going to 10:15. So I did skip agenda because the next agenda is the budget.
I wanted to ask you how far along we were.
They have a concept design is my
I have
understanding.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're ready.
Yeah.
My only director conflict for this application. Thank you, Ron, for your 5 years again. And hopefully that a lot of these projects, like the art policy, will get to the next agenda topic. That I promised it would be easier. I requested that in June of 2025, so we will be almost a year since I requested that. And same with the fire, this thing for our moderate fire zones. Other than that, thank you very much.
Director Imamura, come.
Looking forward to this Thursday, Earth Day. We're gonna be doing some trash pickup. So, it's a great, opportunity to get out and, mingle, to get together with the staff. So it's great. I think this is my fourth year. Hopefully not the fifth, but, fourth year, so, it's always really good. And then, so happy that we have. But hopefully it'll be some of the board members. Thank you.
Director Moore.
So even if,
About 4 minutes.
even if at some point in the distant future, Director Imamura considers himself a former board member, I'm sure he will be allowed to come to our Earth Day celebrations. And I bet we've even given a shirt. So I will be joining Director Imamura on Thursday morning, and we'll try and recycle some of that plastic debris that's all over our environment. Hopefully keep it out of our brains. Very good. Thank you very much, Ren. Thank you very for your service.
Vice President Sherman.
I would just like to highlight that in the board packet, there were several projects that finished under budget. I really appreciate that, especially with everything that's happened in the last year and that some of these estimates were made well over a year ago. And as a group, the staff really made it happen. And I wanted to just say in the budget document, I love the narrative and the specific and explicit highlighted tasks under each strategic objective. This format ties together the strategic plan, the budget, and the work of the staff. In my opinion, really well. So thank you for all that. And kudos to the entire staff for making this document.
Thank you. I already gave my comments. I forgot to say thank you to Mary Lagaska and your presentation. We rely heavily on you. Thank you very much. And with that, we're adjourned.